It is live stream campfire chat day. Very excited to see what everybody has cooking. I'm going to get the stream set up. We'll probably be doing some runs after the stream is all done. It should be a lot of fun. Hello, hello.
Let's stay only as long as we need to.
Figure this out here. All right. Thank you for being here. Okay, YouTube's all set up now. We should have about 30 minutes left before it goes live. I'm gonna get tutorials. Okay. Hi Naomi, how's it going? Maddie? Good. We're getting set up for the live stream that's gonna be happening pretty soon. Pretty excited about it. Good way to start off the day. No, this is about 11 hours before I normally get on. Yeah, Naomi, I'm excited. Hey, how's it going up? Hey, Charmed. I'm good, good. Hey, Stam. How's it going from Hawaii? How's it over in Greece right now? What's it looking like? Orlando? Hello? From Romania. Nice. Everybody's all the way over on the other side of the world. A little rainy here in Hawaii, which is pretty normal. We normally get a lot of rain here, so kind of expect it now. Hey, Diablo girl. Yes, I am excited. See now. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. 3 months in a row. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Charmed, welcome over. I have a Catalyst, Werewolf, Companion, Rabies, and also can play Werewolf, Companion, Hurricane. Yeah, there's a whole lot. What new update, Draconic? Are you asking, like, what is the update, or? No update. We're just gonna be watching the Campfire chat live today. So it should be starting in about 27 minutes-ish. That's okay, Furry. For a lot of people, this has been probably one of the best seasons out there. It has been a ton of fun. There's so many different builds out there that can make it into tier 4 and feel very strong, so you're not kind of stuck on doing just one. Wait, did I miss people on YouTube? I got Desmond and... Oh, wait, never mind. Nope, 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 nope. I got it. I see what's happening here. All right. Okay, so we got the live stream up and ready. Yeah. This has been the most fun season for you yet. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Hey, Dante, thank you for the hearts. Okay, well, let's go game. Gonna be trying something out today. Actually, let me turn that off for today. Oh, we'll turn that off. Perfect. All right. While we're waiting, we're gonna do a little bit of experimenting. Did not take it off the druid. I swear I took it off the druid. Oh, I did take it off the druid. Okay. Oh, I don't have the rubies on this character. Dang it. All right. Not grab the gems either. Okay. Gotta swap. I'm gonna be working on an upheaval barbarian. Somebody was talking about it last night. And I threw it on and I threw some stuff together, and it actually was a ton of fun to play, but I want to try and do a weapon swap because of the way that that it works. I want to try and do a whirlwind, which I always end up doing, a whirlwind upheaval build, which seems like it'd be kind of fun. So we're gonna give it a shot. Try it out.
People. I'm not fond of.
Oh, gotta remove 1, 2. These back in here. I love fast movement speed builds. So good. I don't even have that in there. This is what I mean. I'm terrible about stash management. I don't get to see your streams often due to time differences, but I watch on YouTube. I didn't play D4 this season, but I'm excited to get back in for Season 8. Nice! Well, thank you for stopping by the stream now, even though you haven't been playing. It has been a super fun season this season because of the way that the builds have been working. The class balancing has been pretty decent. So And it's not too late. The season doesn't end until April 29th. Yeah, I got it up here and up and waiting. We're gonna pop it open when it goes live. I'm gonna take some notes and that whole thing. So yeah, we're gonna be doing it live. Okay, well, you farm cows. Wait, what are you playing? One, two, three. Which one? Oh, you're going through that. Okay. Okay, got you. Got you. Cool. Okay. It's a lot of work. Yeah, I am. I'm ready. So, I was thinking for this build, what I want to do... I gotta go back to the barbarian. The other barbarian. I wanted to try something kind of unique, I guess. No, Season 8 doesn't start today. The announcement for the PTR for Season 8 starts today. Season 8 starts on April 29th. They'll be announcing when the public test realm is for Season 8 in today's live stream. We're going to try this here. Thanks for the shout out. They're a witch rune. Are you talking about runes or witch powers? Just make sure I get everything that I want here. Got it all. Don't have to swap anymore. You can say good morning now. Yeah, it is officially good morning. Oh, the occult gems. For Quakes, you want to be running Friend of the Bog. Duststone is great. And then you can kind of pick and choose whichever one you want to run after that. You can run... I normally run Hungering Void. Just because I like the pull, and I like everything getting pulled in. So I normally run that. But it's completely up to you at that point. There's one that... what's the one that gives you... There's one that gives you damage reduction, so you can run that one too. Just depends on what your character wants. Okay, here we go. 18 more minutes left. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it depends on what you consider good. For me, any build that I have fun on is good. So it really depends on what you want to do with it. We'll see what happens. But internet is normally working in the mornings, yeah. No, the announcement for the Season 8 PTR is in 18 minutes, Corey. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see what they do. Where are my rubies? Let's see if I can craft some more. Yeah, so very soon. Very soon. Maybe I don't have enough. That's fine. Let's do this here. I'm not too worried about it. Gonna make a huge difference with the build.
Beware the envious.
So my thoughts are... somebody's saying that with this Upheaval build, because Upheaval gets this gigantic bonus to the damage when you do damage with an ability that's not Upheaval. So someone was running Wolves, which I could do, but I could also run what's it called? Call of the Ancients. And if I get the cooldown enough on Call of the Ancients, then that could be up like 100% of the time. So I was thinking that maybe we do that. And it would just be like a fun, and then maybe I can use Grow. Just for like this fun build. Hey, what's up, Mr. Smart? It's nothing like... And I want to run a weapon swap build. So we're going to try that too. See how that goes. Yeah, no problem. So we're going to try Call of the Ancients first, before Wrath of the Berserker. Actually, I don't need overpowered damage. Oh, no, I do know overpowered damage for this build, yes. Okay, here we go. Out. Go. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're working on putting together a build today. That is an off-meta build for the Barbarian. That kind of excited to see how it goes. The only thing that I'm going to be running is going to be this right here. That's gonna be my skill bar right there. So, hey, how's it going, one? It's an overpower build, a weapon swap build. We're gonna be swapping back and forth, but let's get the most important part out of the way here, because you can't do any damage if you don't look good. So we're gonna fix that real quick, real quick. That's not it, right? I wish there was a button that I could push that would just put on the whole set. For some reason, I'm really bad at finding these. Not those, right? No, it's not those. Oh, here it is. Blind. I'm blind. I might have one, James. But this is an upheaval build, so this one is not overkill. Okay, there we go. Hey, Nick, how's it going today? I did try it out. I played it for a little while. A couple weeks, I think, or maybe a little over a month. Put into it. I want to get myself Dorian back in here. I made a bunch of content for it. Played a bunch of builds, cleared some maps. It was okay. It was alright. It'll be interesting to see what happens when it goes live. And they get the final updates for the games. And we'll get those weapons there. And then we want this one here. And then, this is my favorite weapon right here. Look at this thing. So good. Like, drips off at the end there. Then we'll get the back piece here. Hey, Bezel, how's it going today? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. That's all set up. I think we can... Oh, wait, no. One more thing to do. Thanks for the subscribe. Yeah, Nikki, it's definitely not for everybody. So, I mean, you gotta play what you enjoy the most. And if you're not having fun with the game, there's no point in playing the game. Not worth it. Okay, so here we go. This is one of my favorite parts here. This one right here. Check this out. What color do we want today? Which one? We want to go like orc green. If you go orc green here with this set on, you kind of glow green. Oh wait, what'd I do? Happens. No update today. They're just they're going to be announcing, maybe I worded that wrong. They're going to be announcing the Seasons 8 PTR. Really enjoying your content, dude. Thank you. I've started Barb using the Whirlwind Quake Stomp build as a controller user. Any issues? Nope, none. I play on controller most of the time. I have a PC. I mean, I'm on PC now, but I play with a controller most of the time. Yeah, no problem, Savage. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the follow. Hey, Prest. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Okay, that's gonna be fine for now. All right, we got 10 minutes left right here. 10 minutes, and then we're gonna get going with this stream very soon. Very soon. Am I on the right one? Maybe I'm not on the right one. Hold on. I think I went to the wrong one. Oh, it must not be up live yet. Oh, here. There we go. I was on the wrong one. Okay, so yeah, 9 minutes left. We'll get it going. So I actually want to use the planner that I did for... I gotta mix a couple of them up, actually. Hey, from Norway. Hello, from Hawaii. All right. Was trying that evade build before I joined you. It's fun. Hey, Crit. How's it going? Once I have all the Paragon boards and runes, good path to legendary nodes. Yeah, when you do a planner, and I normally do this uh, like this. I have two different builds set up here. You have the one, this is all of the important nodes that you go to, and you fill out up like this. And then I have a full Paragon board after you've unlocked all the legendary nodes and the glyphs. Then you do the full Paragon board, and you unlock everything else. But legendary nodes are incredibly important, so don't skip those. Not too many people are using overkill this season, Sparta. It's it's used mostly just for off meta builds, so you might not have much luck selling one. Yeah, no problem. Um, hey, Cryptic, how's it going? Good morning. We're gonna run Wrath here. Oh, nice. Yeah, Lord Zir. Then I need this board here. This one I have to have for this build. Leveling up a Spiritborn, very nice. We got 6 more minutes left until the live stream starts. I'm on a Barbarian right now. Building an Upheaval Barbarian. Yeah, for the campfire chat. Yep, very soon. Very soon. All right, so then we definitely want Crusher. I have to figure out where these go though. So Crusher is damage with a mace, overpower damage. Okay. I'm not too sure, Doug. I haven't looked at anybody else's builds this season, so I'm not sure. Um, Normally they're good builds, and if you're having fun, then you don't need to swap anything at all. I've heard some good things about the Spiritborn this season, even though initially everybody thought that the damage was really low. I've heard some really good things about him. Okay, so now we need Decimator. One's nice and easy. We just go bloop, 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 all the way across. Once you've built the Paragon boards, they're mostly the same, no matter what you do. This one should be the most willpower here, I think, but let's just put the rest of the boards in. Want Bonebreaker for the extra life. We gotta have Blood Rage. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess Bonebreaker is probably gonna be the last one. Hey, Flume, how's it going? All right, we got. Oops. 3 minutes left. Error line? What's that? I'll just keep on keeping on. This one has a lot less willpower. I'm thinking for this one, we're going to go with, since it's got a lot of willpower, we'll probably go with Dominate here. Oh, okay, gotcha. Because that one, you can take advantage of all of the willpower on the board. Thanks for the subscribe. Gotcha, I got it. Yep, straight across. Then we want... We might be able to run Executioner, actually. We need Ire, probably. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're gonna find out about season 7. Did I? I must have put this in. I gotta change that. I think I put the wrong wording on there. I'm gonna change that to big news today, not big update. I think I worded that very wrong. Let me change that real quick. They're giving us an update on the public test realm for Season 8, what Season 8 is going to be. So we're going to get to see all of that in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Give that countdown timer up there for everybody. And we'll keep on working on the Paragon board. We'll just play it right now.
Battery 60%.
Battery check. Now you guys know. Okay. When do you get a new Paragon board? What do you mean by a new Paragon board? I don't know if this is going to be the right way to go. We're just going to build out the board and figure out what I want for now. You just have to unlock them by going to the next section. So you build your boards right to the edge here where the little gate is. You click on the gate and then it opens up a board. You don't have to fill out the entire board. You just fill out only the important nodes. And then when you fill in all the points down to here, it's going to unlock your next board. Now do I go Bone Breaker? One has...
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. This is our PTR Campfire Chat for Season 8.
We're live.
My name is Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community here. Of course, I'm joined by this panel. A lot of familiar faces. Do you guys want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Colin Feiner. I'm a Design Director on Diablo 4.
Hey, I'm Derek Nunez. I'm a lead seasons designer here on Diablo 4.
And hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team.
Awesome. And we're also joined by Ruben Marquez, aka Bloodshed. He's actually behind the scenes. He'll be playing through some gameplay that we're going to be showing off here in a little bit. Oh, there he is. He's saying hi, waving. We'll see more of him here in a little bit with maybe not Marak dancing more. We got to see a good minute and a half of him before the stream actually started. Crazy day. First, I do want to start off with that we had a smoothie delivery this morning, and Marcus is not here. As you can see, I'm here hosting this because he forgot my smoothie in the order. So I just kicked him off the stream. No, I'm just kidding. But I told him I'd bring it up because I'm like, oh, my smoothie's not here. But either way, we have a lot to talk about regarding Season 8. And that's actually the end of the stream, so that's all I wanted to bring up. No, we have a lot to talk about for Season 8 PTR, but I know a few other topics that we wanted to hit on was kind of related to some of the quality of life stuff that's going to be coming with this specific season based off of feedback and things we've seen within the game. And also one big topic is around mid-season updates. It's actually something that a lot of people have been asking about, and we do want to give a little bit of an update on what mid-season updates will be going forward and how we're kind of thinking about it from here. So, Colin, did you want to talk a little bit about how we're planning on doing mid-season updates?
Yeah, I think first it's helpful to sort of talk about the history of the mid-season balance patch. Originally, when we had talked about mid-season, it was pretty early in the life cycle of Diablo 4. We would add a ton of items, and we do sort of envision doing a lot of big swings in terms of big nerfs to overperforming builds and big buffs to underperforming builds. But as we've seen, we've added more progression and things like Season 4 itemization. There's a lot more time investment in terms of getting your build online and really refining and optimizing it. And what we found is when you put so much time into your character, it feels really bad when we nerf things, right? So Season 6 is a great example where you might have done so much work to temper your gear and masterwork your gear and level up those paragons that we were really hesitant to do like a big nerf swing as part of the mid-season balance patch. Sort of on the other hand, right, we didn't want to massively buff underperforming builds to match the overperforming builds because we didn't want to create this insane, sort of arms race and then we're at pit tier 9,000, right? It'd be ridiculous. So what we ended up doing was actually kind of like anemic number tweaks. Like they weren't really necessarily making a big impact. And we took a step back and sort of asked ourselves like, well, what are we actually getting out of this? What are you, the players, actually getting out of this? And I think we're at a sort of point where we want to pivot and adjust our philosophy a little bit. And I think we've already seen some of this philosophy come to life in Season 7.
Yeah, exactly. I know, especially in the beginning of the season, people probably saw us make some tweaks in the first couple weeks related to some really crazy numbers that maybe they weren't even numbers in some of the stuff that people saw in the start of the actual season.
Yeah. So all that is to say, I think really what we're going to start taking a look at is not doing massive swings in the mid-season, but instead focusing our efforts on the launch of a season. So we're going to take that time and we're going to make sure that there's a much higher quality launch release, and taking a lot of that balance time and making sure that when we do launch a season, it's higher quality, right? We want the pit tier disparities to be a little bit lower. We want to make sure that, when a new season launches, the new builds that we're adding are going to be really effective, and there's a lot of new fun ways to play. This doesn't mean we're never going to balance or touch the game. It actually means we're just going to shift our efforts to the beginning of a season. Yeah. So early on, we're going to be pretty vigilant in terms of things that are underperforming or way overperforming and acting quickly on them.
Yeah, the goal here is really to get everything closer in terms of just less egregious builds being super high up there. We saw that, I think, specifically in Season 6 with the Spiritborn, and it kind of stayed consistent that way. We know we got a lot of feedback of hey, this feels kind of poopy if my build is 30, 40 pit tiers below. And so the goal is really to kind of bring and keep things more aligned, especially at the start of the season. So as Colin mentioned, in the first couple weeks, I know there's going to be more effort in putting tweaks during that time to really respect the players' time as well.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, that timing is really important because our mid-season updates in the past had come a month or a month and a half into the season once players have been really invested in their build. And now we're going to be much more focused on rapid updates, within a week or two after the season launch, to make sure that if we are making those adjustments, it is at a point where, hey, you're not you're not complete with the season, you're not done yet, and you can adjust and you can make sure that your time is respected in that way.
Definitely. So to really clarify,
I think it's good approach.
When season launches, I'll use Bloodwave as an example. That was something we saw pretty early on, and it was way too overtuned, right? You didn't even really have to invest in your character to get to a point where you're godlike. And that is something that we would probably act quickly on as a part of the next season, for example.
And I think a big point of clarity is if Bloodwave using that as an example is very much an S tier build right now in this season.
S plus.
S plus for sure. I think that the goal is not to immediately take it to F or even immediately take it to C or anything like that. It's really keep it still an S, but also make sure that it's still at least lined up with the other builds that might be up there in that top tier.
Yeah. Conversely, too, I just want to make it super clear. If we see things that we added that are new, for example, if the seasonal powers aren't performing in a way that feels really powerful and crunchy, we're going to be buffing those. So it's not only looking out for the S+, it's also looking for the things that missed.
It's a good approach.
So we're going to be buffing those.
I like this.
Awesome. Yeah, so I know that players at the start of Season 8 will see us be a lot more reactionary towards those first couple weeks in the early part of that season. So yeah, just wanted to clarify that with players because we've seen a lot of questions about mid-season updates. Is this a mid-season update when they see a patch or something like that? And so going forward, I know that's going to be the plan as we look at updating the game in the future.
And if you hide things early, I will Liam Neeson your ass. I will know. I will know.
There you go. You heard it first.
Yeah.
Colin's just waiting behind you. That's what he does.
Yeah, in the closet.
Yeah.
Like the little demon kid right behind you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The other thing that we want to talk about is kind of state of the game, especially with Season 7, where
just
we're
got started.
And kind of how we're looking at that towards Season 8. I think one of the biggest points of feedback we've heard related to Season 7 is kind of the pace of the game. you know, sometimes you blink and you're level 20 and you're like, holy crap, what happened? So I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just sort of our perspective on Season 7 has been the progression is very fast, way faster than we sort of expected. Part of it is a lot of the really cool new seasonal powers. Part of it's the headhunts being super lucrative and awesome. And part of it's also just like the seasonal journey and the reputation board. There's a lot of different ways to get a ton of power in Diablo 4. And what we've seen is compared to Season 6, which had a lot of positive feedback as part of our revamped progression model, is that a lot of that has sort of gone down the drain in terms of how fast players are chewing through some of the content. So we actually have a graph that we could look at. I apologize, this is terrible, but I just pulled it from the our sort of stat page. It's not the greatest, but this is a picture of Season 6. You can see on the y-axis here, it was taking roughly people around 15 to 17 hours on average to get to max level. We felt like that was a pretty good journey, right? Part of Diablo is that sort of 0 to hero journey, and part of what's fun about leveling is you start to sort of form a build and find a lot of different pieces early on when you're still forming your character, where customization is really fun, right? You're not necessarily locked into a build. So we felt like that was a pretty good clip for hitting max level. It's on average, right? So you could either go faster or slower depending on sort of how much of a blaster you are. So we felt like that was a pretty good average, especially with difficulty tiers and your ability to sort of go faster or slower based on your pacing. And let's go to Season 7 now. And it nearly doubled. So you can see that it was taking about 9 hours on average, which is kind of insane, right? Again, this is the average. So if you're, if you're like a Wudijo of the world, it's probably more like 2 hours or like 30 minutes. And that was something that we definitely feel like has sort of missed the mark in terms of that initial journey. So we are going to be making some changes just to adjust for a lot of the seasonal power and things like that. We're not going to necessarily nerf the power of the seasonal power. We still want you to feel powerful, but we are going to essentially take a look at the 1 to 25 experience and just smooth that out a little bit, which is going to essentially make the leveling experience a little bit closer to Season 6.
I really like that.
So it is going to be a slower from 1 to 25, but one thing we've done to sort of compensate that is we've taken a look at the itemization. We don't like that rares and sort of magic items immediately disappear after the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think you kind of get to that point like we were talking about. If you get to like level 20, you blink and you're level 20, and then at the same time you blink and you're like, blues and yellows. I only look at oranges now, or like what's this other color? So I know that we have some changes that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and again, like a lot of this is in the spirit of making sure that 0 to hero journey is really satisfying, right? That's what makes it so awesome when playing Diablo, is that sort of, I start with nothing and become a god, right? So we are taking a look at the itemization so that it doesn't just feel like a slog from 1 to 25. What we're going to be doing is, I'm going to jump actually into the legendaries really quick because it's really important, a really important part of this. The other thing that was contributing to this leveling pace was that players are getting a legendary every 3 to 4 minutes, and that's from 1 to 60. That's not just in the end game. And it just felt like legendary item quality was just too prevalent across the level.
People have been talking about that a lot too.
You sort of hit max level. There was no journey to assembling your build. You just had everything as part of the Codex of Power. So we're also reducing the legendary rate from leveling. We're not really touching the end game legendary drop rates, but from leveling we are adjusting that. And to compensate that, to jump back into the magic and rares. We're making it so that magics can have up to 2 affixes. So sometimes you're going to find, from your 1 to 25 journey, a pretty good magic item. It might actually be better than a rare, for example, because it might have dropped earlier for you. It might have higher eye power. And then we're also making it so that rares can sometimes have up to 3 affixes. And what that means is, when you get a drop at level 35 from a Whisper Cache, right now, in Season 7, it feels terrible when you don't get a legendary item because you just know that it's just not even worth looking at, right? But now that rare items can have up to 3 affixes, that means that you might have a really good imprintable base. It means all the rares that drop across the game from 1 to 60 could actually be pretty great gear for you, especially with all of our crafting options. So we think that this helps smooth out the 1 to 60 journey. I will caveat that the rare quality is not the best at max level still. It's going to be a lower eye power, so you're not going to have to filter through a bunch of rares at max level. We're not going to go back to pre-Season 4. We think this is this sort of smoothing out of the leveling curve, taking a look at the magic rarities or the item qualities is just going to make the experience feel a lot more rewarding and satisfying as you go through these levels.
And then I know some of the other items we've been talking about have been like a little bit of that torment progression.
Yeah.
We've seen, you know, drastic differences between like season 6 to season 7, and it's something I know we're making tweaks to.
Yeah, yeah. So the other half of Diablo is obviously the max level endgame, right? And we've heard a ton of feedback that, like, you know, it just feels like a weekend game right now. You can just blast through all the torment tiers. There's nothing that's really satisfying about it. There's nothing to work towards, just because you're just getting so much power so frequently and just really crushing this content. So what we've done here is, if we go to the slide, we've actually given. Actually, let me jump into some of the stats here because I think it's really interesting. A lot of people got to Torment 4 very quickly. So on average, it was taking players around 15 hours to get to Torment 4. That's like roughly double how quickly it took in Season 6, which is kind of insane. Again, it's the culmination of seasonal powers and all this crazy stuff going on. And the other part of it is that 50% of players are actually hitting Torment 4. And just from a philosophy standpoint, we really want, like, whatever the hardest Torment tier is, in this case Torment 4, to be aspirational. And to us, that means around 10%. That means that, you know, if you're really Johnny Badass, you know, you need to be in the top 10% of players to actually get there. And it's not hitting the mark. So what we're going to do is make some adjustments. So Torment 1 is now going to start at pit tier 10, which means we've effectively added 10 pit tiers to the pit, because now Torment 1 starts earlier. And then we've also increased the Torment pit scaling, health by roughly 20% multiplicative, and then some damage increases.
Yeah, and that pit scaling is, every level of the pit is multiplicative on previous levels. So it's not just like, oh, whatever pit I was at, it's now 20% harder. It's actually like kind of stacking 20% every level. So and the end result is that, you know, a pit tier 100 is much harder than it was before, and that will that makes it, you know, harder to reach that absolute highest end, and gives you a little bit more for those builds and those blasters who are getting up to that highest pit tier. It's going to be quite a bit harder to get to quite that same level next season.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, sort of culminates in moving Torment 1 to pit tier 10 and effectively adding 10 pit tiers and increasing the multiplicative scaling of the pit tier scaling. Is the journey is going to be a lot more sort of satisfying. There's a lot more sort of peaks to climb. And it also means pit tier 150 is going to be very difficult. So difficult that I don't believe any of you will reach it. I don't know, I'll do something silly.
Ooh, a challenge right there.
I'll probably regret
that's signing up for doing something silly.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Within the first week.
No, that's good. That's good.
Challenge to all of you
That's
out there.
good.
Yeah, you all can vote on
Perfect.
this.
That's a great change.
But conversely, I just want to cover this really quickly, though. Torment 4 isn't going to be insanely harder than it was before. It's going to be roughly around pit tier 76s on live right now, so season 7. So think about the game that you're playing right now. Torment 4 is going to be about 11 pit tiers harder. So it's still achievable. It's just that upper end is also just going to be that much harder to sort of climb through.
Awesome. So we got a lot of changes coming for like torment scaling, obviously some itemization changes. So the big thing being as you're leveling up, you're going to see a lot more opportunities to find items, especially with the changes to blue and yellow items there. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the big caveat is like at 60, the item power on legendaries is still going to be the best method and the best items to actually grab. So yeah, lots of big changes coming up. Great to actually walk through all of them. I know we have a ton more to talk about specifically around the new season. So thank you, Colin. We're gonna jump over to Derek, because I know we do want to talk about the new season and what players are actually going to be experiencing in this PTR. Again, just to redefine what PTR is for some people, because I got messages from people going like, well, PTRs are sometimes buggy, and I'm like, well, it's a PTR, so it is like a beta or an alpha, an early look into a game, so we expect that. There will be like known issues, and we'll actually have those known issues on our forums, so people can actually see them. You can report bugs. It actually helps when you guys actually jump into a PTR and experience it, and give us feedback, because that helps tweak the start of the season for the better, essentially. But with Season 8, we will be having, of course, a PTR, and we'll be talking about it here in a second. And if you remember with Season 7, we kind of had this like this overarching theme with like big changes in that season. One was specifically around what was mostly focused around like the whispers. And of course, with season 8, we have another overarching theme that we're really going to be talking about, where we'll be kind of even seeing an old friend. So Derek, do you want to chat about it here?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
absolutely. So yeah, as you mentioned, seasons are kind of like our opportunity to shine focus on an existing system and really amplify or celebrate or enhance it within that respective season. So we've seen that with season 4 with the Helltide revamps and whatnot. As you mentioned, season 7 was the emphasis on the Tree of Whispers and Bounties. So as Colin kind of mapped out the journey to the endgame, we wanted to shine focus on a major endgame feature, namely surrounding our bosses. And we have a lot of really cool bosses in the world of Sanctuary. But more specifically, the
New
Lair boss system,
bosses.
or as some of us, and we reference it to
There
as
it
the boss
is.
ladder. So season 8, focus is on the Lair boss system. We're going to be doing a whole mess of new things to it. So we're adding new bosses.
He seems excited
new
too.
mechanics, quality of life updates, and a revamped materials loop that I'm going to be covering throughout the course of the segment. So first I just want to kind of talk about the new bosses and additions to the roster. So when we're talking about the Lair bosses, these are like the biggest, baddest bosses of Sanctuary. So we're looking at how do we add to the roster in a meaningful way, but also which bosses do we add that are impactful and versatile enough to carry the entire theme of a season. So with that in mind, we're just asking ourselves a question of which are the right bosses to bring. You mentioned an old friend. So we had to choose something that was versatile. We had to choose something that was big, bad. So that's where we go to Belial. Yes,
Oh.
season 8, Belial's return. Belial's back in Sanctuary. He is
Oh.
climbing his way to the top of the Lair boss ladder. He is the new, exalted pinnacle challenge within the ladder. He is the highest challenge, the highest reward, and he also has some very unique reward-related tricks up his sleeve that I'll cover a little bit later. So for now, just know that Belial's back, and he's also just not joining the party alone. He's bringing a couple of friends from our Vessel of Hatred. So first up is our buddy Urvar. So Urvar's joining the roster of the Lair boss ladder system. He's going to be filling out kind of like the lowest rung of the ladder. So he's going to be joining the party with the Varshans and the Beast and Ice and whatnot. So Urvar's back, and we're also bringing back another Vessel of Hatred character, the Harbinger of Hatred.
So happy for this.
Yeah, no, this one's...
I love this fight.
We're going to see a little bit more of this guy in just a little bit, but the Harbinger of Hatred will be joining kind of the second rung of the ladder with the likes of Duriel and Andariel. And one thing I just do want to stress is that both of these Vessel of Hatred bosses will dip into the shared loot pools of other bosses within their respective tier, but also have some additional bonuses that is specific to the Vessel of Hatred, like being a great source of tributes and runes. But Belial, for all intents and purposes, is available to everyone, and he is just the new pinnacle challenge of the boss ladder.
So you're saying even harder than Duriel and Andariel right now. He's going to be harder, more rewarding than even those.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Belial,
New top tier.
yeah, new top tier. Belial, Lord of Lies, he does not mess around.
And I'm really excited about this because I think this is going to pair really well with the sort of leveling journey in the torment progression where we're making things a little bit more aspirational, a little bit more challenging. It's really like a return to the heart of the Diablo experience, right? Sort of leveling from nothing and taking on these huge big bads to claim their loot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's kind of like the inherent cool thing about the Lair boss ladder system is that you start with like the initiate level floor, you take those on, you graduate to the next level, and then now you have kind of Belial just always there looming over you. That's kind of like the aspirational, yes, I get to go fight him now. But for those who know about our buddy Belial, Lord of Lies, you know that he kind of appears in different forms. So this is what we're kind of referencing as like his supreme form that appears at the top of the Lair boss ladder. But he also has his, I guess, smaller, more agile, compact form. I like to affectionately refer to him as Baby Belial, but this is
Baby Belial.
Belial in his more compact form. And throughout the course of the season, or I guess just the Lair boss mechanics, he's going to be popping up all over the place. But I'm really excited about this version of Belial's new role in the Lair boss ladder system in the sense that defeating and looting any of the Lair bosses has a small percent chance to initiate a surprise ambush from Belial himself. And this is really cool because this is kind of like a 2 for the price of 1 payout. So let's say I fight Andariel, I defeat Andariel, I loot Andariel, and I get this special ambush triggered. And if I defeat Belial, I'll get a double payout of Undario's loot. So I got the loot from Undario, and I get another payout of Undario's loot from defeating Belial himself. So
That's huge.
it's a really exciting kind of just like injection of some fun novel mechanics within the Lair boss system that we're doing over and over and over again. So again, really excited about this update. And again, in the spirit of teasing kind of the rewards relationship and connection that Belial has, this version of Belial has a very special connection to his larger supreme form in the Lair boss ladder that I'll touch upon a little bit later. A lot of teasing that I'm kind of just setting up. There's a lot to go over.
Ease to open up the
We're gonna
fight.
lie to everybody.
Yeah,
Maybe.
As part of the theme.
Belial's actually not here. This is a lie. Yeah. Yeah. So that was that. That was the the Belial ambushes. But I also want to talk about some additional major sweeping updates that's coming in with just the system as a whole. And I want to talk about the summoning materials. As we know, the way that the system currently functions is, you do activities, you get summoning items, you go visit the boss, and you plop them in, you summon the boss, and then that's kind of just a flow. So when we're looking at the Lair boss system, we don't just look about ways that we can add to it. We also look about opportunities to resolve or reduce some frictions, or just areas for improvement that we can have with it. Since it's a very mature system, we get a lot of feedback that we diligently ingest and talk about and whatnot on our team. So when it came to the summoning materials, we identified a couple of key points of, I guess, friction that players are currently having with it. One is, since you have to ante up your summoning materials just to summon the boss, it's kind of a feels bad moment when you realize that you just wasted X number of materials to find out that you can't defeat Duriel. Like, okay, that's wasted materials, back to the loop, maybe I'll fight him another week or two depending how fast you are. And it's just generally not a great feeling for myself or for players and whatnot.
Yeah, I definitely have run into this where it's like, I'm only going to fight the boss when I can guaranteed win against it. Right. So you never actually.
And how do you know that too? Until
how do you know?
trial and error.
Like you never really have that like actual fun fight with the boss where you're like, oh, am I gonna lose or not? Because it's like, well, I'm just not gonna risk it.
Yeah, I've had times where I'm like, I don't know if my build's quite ready, so I'll try to fight a boss. And then I'm like, oh, this is really tough. Like I die a couple times, and I'm like, do I really want to keep like retrying it?
Yeah.
Because like, well, I've already invested. I'm kind of committed. So with this new way, I don't need to invest those right up front. I can just go and fight them right away and see how strong I am without risking the materials.
Yeah. So we're going to cover like the specificities of the new system and how it all works in a little bit. But the other kind of pain point that we identified with the current system is also just in regards to like the party play. I think my little earpiece is coming out of my ear. There you go. Now
It's a common theme on this.
Yeah.
The earpiece just pops out all the time.
We do it live here. So the other element is just the party play, right? And as much as we want to kind of like entrust in our fellow man and whatnot and engage in the boss rotations and whatnot, we have seen some areas of friction where certain players don't engage in the boss rotations and they don't submit their materials. Like no one watching the stream would ever be guilty of this, but that does happen. It's shocking, but it does happen.
Belial is on the other side of the computer. It's like, I'll definitely pay the next rotation.
And then they leave and they take all their stuff. So that was another kind of area of friction that we experienced with the current summoning materials. So I think that's kind of enough of a preface just to set the tone for where the system is going now that we're introducing Season 8. So
what are we doing?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so Lair keys. So summoning materials are effectively being repurposed in their roles as a new item called Lair keys. And what Lair keys do, well, I'll just start with this, is since there's no more summoning materials, that just means that effectively all Lair bosses are free to summon. So if you're not sure if you're ready to take on a Varshan or a Duriel, just go visit them. Kind of use them as a bit of a training dummy to see if you can actually, take them on. But what Lair keys now do is they grant access to the defeated boss's hoard or their treasure chest that they drop. So now I'll just walk you through kind of the new flow. Imagine this with me. So you enter Duriel's lair. You walk up to his altar and you just click the altar to summon him. Again, no cost to you. You fight Duriel, you defeat him, out pops his hoard, and now the Shards of Agony, which is now the Lair key, you use that to open his hoard and get all the oodles of loot that you went to go visit him to do.
And these work like Helltide chests, so you have to pay in order to get the loot, and the only loot the loot comes from the person who pays.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction, is that now every member in the party needs to have the appropriate type and quantity of the Lair keys to access the loot in the horde.
I know.
And you can
I think.
still trade your keys with
we can trade
friends
keys.
and things like that. If you have
Keys are tradable.
9999,
That's great.
tutorial mats,
Okay.
you can split them in half and give them to your buddies to open the chest.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharing is caring in the system here.
Perfect.
And then, of course, if you're really
That's
lucky,
big.
you'll get a Belial ambush and you can get double loot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's really
there you
big.
go.
Yeah, no, that's really
so
good.
A lot, again, a lot of new avenues and ways to kind of
That's awesome.
experience the system. So we also have the Stygian Stones. So Stygian Stones in Season 8 is living a new life now in the sense that we wanted to ensure that every boss in the first rung of
this
the
is cool.
ladder, our initiate lair bosses, the Varshans, Grigors, Beastonites, Lord Zirs, and Urvars now, that they're all equally relevant to getting you to climb to the next rung. So in addition to, you can take a screenshot of this chart here. I won't try and walk through the entire thing, but
I did it too.
now Stygian Stones is a drop that can drop from any of the initiate lair boss tier here, and you can crush them into your lair key of choice for the second rung of the lair bosses. So let's say I fight Grigor, I get a Stygian Stone, and I want to go fight Andariel. I can just crush that into some Andariel keys, and again, just giving a little bit more flexibility in how players actually engage and progress through the lair boss ladder. Again, as we know, all roads lead to Belial, Lord of Lies, the top of the pinnacle of the ladder at the end. Ooh, there's a lot. All right, final thing here is the item bloat reduction. So again, with this new system, we're consolidating all the lair keys to one lair key type per boss. So no more kind of managing two different
nice.
materials. And so I have enough material. I have two of
really
these,
nice.
5 of these. It's just one material per boss. We're increasing the item stacking of these to 99, again, to cut down on some of that bloat.
Perfect.
And one of my personal favorites here is that we're also normalizing the counts of required lair keys per boss rank. So all the initiate tiered bosses, they require the same quantity of their respective keys. So too the degraders and whatnot. So again, it's just cutting down on the total mental math and memory that is kind of affecting the, I guess, like on-ramping enjoyment of the current system.
Yeah, and Andariel only needs one material, for example, as part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see in this chart here, you have Pincushion Doll, Shard of Agony, or the Stygian Stone is kind of the wild card that you can crush to any one of them. So let's say if Andariel needed 4 Pincushion
Exalted
Dolls,
Lair Boss
you
is
have
what they're
3 of
called.
them, but you have 1 Stygian Stone, you can crush that into a Pincushion Doll and go get Andariel's Horde.
Perfect.
So, all right, that was a pretty big overview and a lot of talking in charts, but I want to take the time to throw it over to Ruben and behind the scenes here and kind of just get into just what this all looks like as part of just the in-game flow.
Hello, Derek. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Awesome. Yeah, let me open up the menu for you.
What a good boy.
Cool. So in this walkthrough, I'm just going to show you or we're going to show you rather, the new flow to access the lair bosses with a little bit of a sneak peek of the Harbinger of Hatred. So one thing I want to just call out real quick is kind of some of the quality of life updates that we've taken to just the map presentation and the boss dungeon tooltips themselves. And I'll kind of just go through these in kind of an itemized order. So first, all of the boss dungeon map icons have been given a little bit of a beautification treatment. So they're a little bit more bold, red, and easier to identify against the sea of other icons on the map. But now I want to talk about the tooltip, and I'll just start from the top and go make my way down. So the first quality of life update that we added was just simply printing the name of the boss that resides within the dungeon. One of the kind of ambiguities that we had with the previous version of this system was not knowing specifically which boss lives in which dungeon. Like, oh, who does live in the Gaping Crevice, or who lives in the Malignant Tunnels. So now you can see here that the Harbinger of Hatred lives in the Harbinger's Den. This is probably not the best example, because who else would live in the Harbinger's Den?
Wow.
He technically does live in every single one of them.
You don't know where he's at.
But yeah, so you can see here now, we print the name of the lair boss that lives in the dungeon for a little bit easier find.
It's in the
Inside the main body description, we also just give a little bit more guidance and information on what the value of defeating this boss is, and directing players to the fact that they are a source of ancestral and mythic unique items.
I think it's a
the last
DLC
two
only
updates
boss.
Here are some of my favorites of this is that we also display now the required items that you need to access the lair boss's horde. If you recall the previous iteration, that was not apparent to you, so you would kind of like waste the time traveling to the boss just to find out that, oh, I have 3 of 4 Abhorrence Hearts, so I can't fight the boss yet.
Great cool tip.
So we wanted to, again, just smoothen out the access and onboarding to the feature. And I think my absolute favorite update of all this is you see at the bottom, we now have the ability to travel directly into
Travel is amazing.
the
List Party
dungeon
Finder, that's great.
directly from the map. So again, no more teleporting to the nearest waypoint. We just pop directly in and just get into it. And we have Ruben loading into here, and I think this is a great time to just outline. I've talked about the new bosses. I've talked about new mechanics. But we have a collection of really great existing Lair bosses. Mm-hmm. And one thing that we wanted to take as an opportunity within the season was to also enhance every other Lair boss that exists within the system. So every Lair boss is getting a bit of a difficulty spike and new mechanics to, again, freshen up the fights that we've been, knowing and love. So if you fought, the Varshans or the Duriels or even the Liliths, over and over and over again, all this is in the PTR, so definitely worth checking them out again to see what's changed and, how much different their experience is.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Messed up surprises.
Yeah.
Duriel eats you.
Why did you spoil it? It's definitely worth checking out the mechanics. But again, so this is the Harbinger of Hatred. And just as a reminder, one thing that we do when we add a boss to the Lair boss system is we don't just take the carbon copy, campaign version of it. We also take the opportunity to inject some really crazy mechanics. So I don't necessarily want to, kind of spoil the surprises of the Harbinger of Hatred's mechanics here, but he does get pretty wild. This is a spectacle and a half of a fight, and I'm really excited to have players check it out. So. I think this is about all we might want to show of this guy.
Yeah, we probably won't go into it. We don't want to spoil all the mechanics and everything.
Cool.
Even though we're kind of also spoiling a little bit of like a rogue build.
Keen-eyed amongst you might have noticed some interesting things on Rogue, which I'll get to in a bit.
Yes.
It's spoil or it's teasing to make
exactly. Teasing.
Teasing everyone along here. So now that was a sneak peek at the Harbinger of Hatred. We just talked about, again, in case you missed it, all Lair bosses are getting a boost in both their performance and just the mechanics that they have.
Good.
But let's, we fast forwarded past, the Harbinger of Hatred's fight. So let's imagine a world that, we fought through the whole thing, we killed him, and let's show off now what to expect
Kyle.
from the Horde loop flow. So we have some footage here with this very shiny
cool.
chest.
Check that out.
So we have 4 abhorrence hearts, and now we can open up the chest. Again, each one of us needs to have it. And I mentioned that Belial has a chance to surprise ambush you after opening any Horde. And here you go. Look at this. This is meant to be a relatively rare occurrence. But this is the magic of pre-recorded footage. We can make the impossible happen. And in this case, again, painting the full picture of the scenario, you defeated the Harbinger of Hatred, you got the Horde, you opened it, you got Baby Belial, you killed him,
fun.
and now you get another proc of, double the loot, double the fun.
Yeah, double the loot of what you just essentially got. Which
With the one-time payment of the Lair keys that you deposited. So, it really is, kind of a 2-for-1 sale that Belial has for you.
And if you noticed, you might have seen, we did keep a bonus for party play. So while you do have to pay to get the chest and open up the Horde, we kept a bonus chance for loot. So we love that people enjoy fighting the bosses as parties, and we know that that's a fun social experience in Diablo. So what we've done is the Hordes themselves will have bonus chances for loot when you are in a party. And that does scale with party members.
Yeah,
Cool.
no, absolutely.
I like that.
Yeah, a lot of loot everywhere to give. And on the topic, at the very top, I teased that Belial had a very special kind of role in the reward structure, different from every other boss. So defeating the ambush version of Belial is not just lucrative in the sense that it's a double payout. He is also the sole source of the Lair keys that you need to access his supreme form
But I thought
at
was
the top
coming.
of the ladder, the Supreme Form's Horde. So I want to show off now the Supreme Belial's very green chest here. So you can see here, it doesn't open up right away. I have some options. So the really cool thing about the Supreme Belial's Horde is that you can set it to mimic the reward drops of any other existing Lair boss. So let's say if you are trying to do Durer runs to get the special stuff that he has, And you can set your Belial to drop the Duriel loot, and he will do so at an enhanced rate. So it's even better than if you just went to go fight Duriel specifically.
Yeah, so if you're really targeted farming those specific uniques, you get, this Duriel, this version of Belial just gives you a much better chance of doing that as well.
Yep, absolutely. And not just that in terms of like his value, he also guarantees 1 ancestral unique drop per kill. And he's also a really great source of the Infernal Compasses. So, if you want to, empower your Infernal Horde runs and whatnot, it's never a waste of time to go visit the Belial Supreme at the top of the ladder here.
Yeah, and this is in Torment 2, and it all scales with Torment. So
Exactly,
the higher
yeah.
the Torment, the more loot you'll get.
what we're seeing in this footage is just Torment 2. So obviously, like Torment 4, you would get
Oh, yeah,
loot
so
out of it because it's a much more difficult challenge. At
It is much more.
Yeah, it scales with the Torment tiers, and also if we were in a party in this example here, we'd get even more chances of great stuff out of it as well.
That's exactly right.
Cool.
All right, cool. Well, that is the Lair key and the Lair boss. I'm just have a lot of things to cover here.
I know we want to talk a little bit about kind of it's funny because people saw it as Ruben was on the map because they probably saw a term like with apparitions and everything.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of teasing in this.
I know, a lot of times what happens when you use a live build and everything's fine.
Yeah, it's exciting. But one thing before we hop into the next, I do want to reestablish so that everything that we just talked about as far as what we're introducing to the Lair boss system and all the mechanics, new bosses and whatnot, that is permanent. That is just how the system works now. So everything is getting introduced in Season 8, but it's not leaving beyond Season 8. It is just there.
It'll be an Eternal also.
It will,
Okay.
it'll be an Eternal. That's just how the system works.
Nice.
What the next segment, though, is all the seasonal specific stuff. So, again,
Okay,
as
so this
Adam
is just base
mentioned,
game.
you might have seen
This was
some
all just base
apparition
game.
incursion things pop up. So let's get into the first kind of seasonal related content here.
Thank you, Briscoe.
Oh, the top says Lair Boss. Okay. Anyways, we do it live. Apparition Incursions. Apparition Incursions is a new open world seasonal event to empower your leveling journeys and also kind of just spread the narrative and dramas of Belial is back on Sanctuary and he's spreading his own sense of twisted realities across the land. He's always in his effort to try and plunge the world of Sanctuary into his realm of lies, and he's doing it through this fast-paced boss rush style event that kind of takes the spirit of the open world social boss play of the Blood Maiden and making a really cool kind of just really fast-paced bam 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 boss rush style event. So I think we have some footage here just to put some visuals to it. So this is an area of the world that Belial's apparitions are kind of overtaking. And throughout the course, players are going to be defeating these apparitions to draw out up to 2 of his apparition bosses. This is pulled from a total of 10 potential apparition bosses. So each time you go through this, you'll fight 2 of them kind of randomized. So each time should be a little bit different. And all of this is leading up to a showdown against Belial himself. So again, it's celebrating bosses. It's 3 bosses per event. And the idea for this is that they're up pretty much 24/7. So we want to just encourage that, hop on the boss train, ride it to the end, find the next one, and just, go to your heart's content. And, celebration of bosses this season, really.
Yeah, that's cool.
What
That's
do you
cool.
get for killing those bosses?
Ooh, you're going to get some cool stuff, Colin. Let's go
Okay.
to the next slide. That kind
Rewards.
of leads us into the collectible boss powers, or seasonal powers. Spoiled it right there.
I mean, it's already on the slide.
It's already on the slide, yeah.
You're fine.
So the theme for the powers theme for season 8
This is cool.
boss powers. So Belial being kind of like the illusionary character he is, mimicry and whatnot. In season 8, players will be acquiring the ability to steal and mimic the powers of up to 24 targeted bosses across Sanctuary. So we have 24 collectible powers that are gathered from the first time kill of targeted bosses across the full content from level 1 till the very top. So you asked about, what do the apparition bosses give you? They're, aside from the loot and all that stuff, they're also your first source of your first 10 boss powers that make up the magic tiers. You can kind of see in this little chart here. Graduating from the apparition bosses, you now go into the world bosses. So each one of our 3 world bosses have a power associated with them. And then
cool.
so too do each
Bring in
of
the
our
world
rare
bosses.
capped off with Lilith with her own
Ooh,
boss
Lilith.
power that you can acquire.
It's like a ladder in the boss power.
It's definitely celebrating the progression journey of bosses from the moment you log in to the moment that you're powerful enough to take down Lilith.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bilal being kind of like the star of the season, he's special. He gets 2 powers because that's just how he rolls.
Cheating.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about this kind of structure, it's a very structured power climb, so little ambiguity of like, how do I get the Wandering Death's power? Well, go fight and kill him. It's just that nice little structured journey that kind of is a nice little stamp collection just to reward each kind of a tier of progression that you make across your leveling and endgame journeys. But that's not just the coolest part of it, in my opinion here, is that it's also just how the powers work this season. So you can see that we have 4 slots, the top slot and 3 little kind of like supporting slots. So the really cool thing is that each one of these powers have 2 sides to them that activate depending on which power slot you put them in.
Cool.
So you can have up to one main you can have up to 1 power slot into your main power slots, or you can have up to 3 powers slot into your modifier slots. And I just want to dive into this Wandering Death's chest beam example here. So if I were to slot the Wandering Death's power into the main power slot, I would actually unlock the full representation of his iconic chest beam power. So the main powers is activating and unlocking the actual iconic power that is representative of the boss. We're going to show kind of a little bit of a showcase after this, but that's how that respective area of the power system works. The modifier slots, though, are cool and powerful in their own right, though. So let's say I don't necessarily need the Wandering Death's main power for whatever utility purposes. I can still get value out of the fact that I own it by slotting it into the modifier slots, which activates kind of like the side B of it, which is more of a supporting thing. So in this case, it's your main power. Now it empowers your main power to instantly execute non-boss enemies when they're within a certain threshold of life. So it's not just 24 ways to kind of express your sense of power this season. It's 48
tactical,
because each of these powers have kind of like 2 sides to them.
Yeah, it's really like build your own boss power.
Essentially, yeah, it's a lot of fun just kind of like mix match, slot around, and see what kind of a concoction you come up with, and that's something that I'm particularly interested in going to the PTR. Is like, what are some of the favorite combinations, or ideally, what are the favorite combinations based off of the circumstance that you're going into?
Definitely.
Yeah,
go ahead, Charles.
One thing that I'm really excited about the system is in previous seasonal power systems, we sometimes found as you got really high, Paragon levels, your build is like super powerful. The relative impact of some of the seasonal powers was a little lower. They didn't really scale with you as well as we really wanted to. We've done an update in this season where these boss powers are going to scale with your Paragon level as you're leveling up, and so they actually are going to get more powerful as you get more powerful. Right. So the exact number that you as soon as you unlock it maybe is not the most powerful thing, but as you're powering up, it's still going to be relevant to your build at every stage of your progression.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I like the fact that the powers don't kind of just live on their own little island. Like they get ingrained into the other systems that we're engaging with. So that's a high level of the boss powers for season 8.
You can tell he's very excited about this.
I want to toss it back to Ruben for just kind of a little bit of a live showcase.
He's trying to hold back how excited he is, but he's excited about it.
Yeah, I'm excited. What do you got for us?
Well, I get the fun job of showcasing all these powers today, but I must confess I got my smoothie, so I'm a little jacked up today. So I'll try not to
I'm so happy you got your smoothie.
Yeah.
So happy for you.
I'll try not to talk too fast.
I'm thrilled.
Let's go ahead and open up our inventory here, and you'll notice on the left side a familiar tab is our seasonal tab, which is
I like the look of that.
So from this tab is where you'll be kind of interacting with your powers throughout the season. Like Derek mentioned, you can drag and drop them, equip them on the fly. There's no penalty. I think the team and everybody wants you to experiment and have fun with the builds. You can also upgrade them by hovering over them. There's a corresponding button here. On PC, it's F, so you go ahead and push that to upgrade them. And yeah, so the top slot is your main slot, like Derek mentioned. This is where your main powers go, and all the bottom ones are your modifier slots. So right here, Derek's favorite was the Wandering Death's chest beam. So as a modifier, right, you can execute enemies, but as soon as you drag it over here, boom, now it's a channeled ability. And you'll notice right away, it's a
that's cool looking.
beam. Yeah, it works well with channeled abilities. It only works with channeled abilities, actually. And it's kind of cool.
That
with
is
dancing
very
effects 'cause
cool.
You can adjust and do these micro adjustments to kind of maximize the effect on your target, just to keep it on them a little bit longer.
Yeah, and as you can kind of tell, we're not necessarily going for subtlety in
Like
terms
that.
of the expression of these powers this season.
That's cool.
I'm dying. Someone in chat's like, Goku?
Beautiful.
I also want to just call it real quick. Just one thing I absolutely love is just the animations of the UI itself, and
Yeah.
you slot these little like eyeball powers into the little eye sockets, and it blinks, and yeah, it's just kind of just fun across the board, just engaging with this.
This is very cool. Very
Yeah.
cool.
So what do we got next?
The next one I want to showcase is Lilith's Wind of Hate, just because probably most of us have died to this before, her spike ability from the ground.
Ooh.
And it works on almost every skill. So you can see as soon as I dash
Ah,
with
cool.
spikes, with Barrage, you get the spikes. So you can slot it in almost every build and have fun with it. Even Dance of Knives, really cool ability there.
Iron Ice.
Let's see what else we got. Another fun one, there's a transformative ability, is Duriel's Burrow. So it completely changes your evade skill, and you burrow underground. You deal damage when you go into the ground and when you exit. But the real cool thing is you become immune while underground, and you can control the direction.
That is
awesome. Yeah,
That's one of my
that
absolute
is
favorite.
awesome.
I love that one.
you can stand still if you like, or whatever, and it scales. As you get more evade charges, you get more burrows. So I'm sure there's a lot of, especially adding
That is
green
amazing.
bosses with all kinds of crazy effects. You know, you can now dodge them a little bit easier, which is great. I'm sure there's some good use cases for that.
Yeah, and even just right there, I want to just chime in and just say that
amazing.
we showed off a power that procs off of the evade. We showed one that procs off channeling, and one that procs off any skills. Like one of the goals going into the design of these powers was to just remove any ambiguity about how do I actually proc it. We wanted to make it as utility focused and straightforward as possible, so that players can really easily digest.
Yeah, makes sense.
And how they work it into their builds.
Yeah, that's a great point. Urvar's Bombs is probably my personal favorite.
Oh,
as
here
I
we
like
go.
making builds and interesting
It's
builds.
live, yes.
This definitely supports ultimate builds. And as you can see on the screen here, it lowers your cooldown by 5 seconds, which is great, and gives you a nice damage component to kind of top off on it. So
Nice.
we're playing Rogue, and Death Trap is an ultimate ability. So as soon as I pop it, you'll see Urvar's Bombs kind of shoot out, and you get that lower cooldown effect as well. So
Nice.
it's great.
And you get 2 death traps. I wonder how he's doing that.
Huh.
That's,
Interesting.
That's on me, guys. Yeah, all the teasing on this stream.
Wow.
And finally, before they play the walk-off music, I think I could showcase, let's do Grigor's Lightning Square. So if you notice, Lilith's skill had like a slight cooldown. This one scales with your build really well. So the more you can cast core skills, the more you get these iconic kind of lightning strike panels shoot out from your character. So you can imagine you can just go full Thunder God here the whole time. with your build.
That's cool.
So, yeah, I think that's all I can showcase today. But I appreciate the time.
No, thank you. That was awesome.
These are
Yeah, so
awesome.
again, those are just like a kind of a sneak peek at just a handful of the powers.
These
Again,
are so cool.
Throughout the course of the PTR, you'll get to experiment and engage with all of them. And again, looking forward to the feedback and just just general notes of how you incorporate into your builds and what really excites you. So I think that's pretty much the wrap up for all the content coming in Season 8 that persists beyond and within.
All the Season 8 stuff that will be available in PTR for players to actually jump into.
Wow.
We're still going to be
Nice.
talking about a few more things as we get closer to Season 8 with the launch of the actual season itself. So, Derek, thank you so much for walking us through everything. And of course, with a new season and a new PTR, we have a lot of changes that are coming to classes, specifically like the Rogue, which
We can just skip.
we'll just skip it.
There's other classes to talk about.
So Charles over here is actually going to go
Yeah.
through all the class changes that players will be able to experience and test out during the PTR.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's tons of new bosses to fight, so how are you going to fight them, right? So let's talk about some class updates that are coming. First, I want to talk about some updates that are going to affect all classes in some way. These are kind of a bit more generic updates. So talking about ultimate scaling, this is something that we introduced in Season 7, the current live season, where as you get to rank 5 of the ultimate skills, some of them had mechanics that allowed you to crank up their damage by building different stats, right? So if you got more damage while fortified, then your blood wave is going to do more damage, for instance. We think that's really cool. It enabled a lot of very powerful builds, and so we're looking at ensuring that those don't like really eclipse every other option in the game. We still love that those are powerful builds. We love that you're playing them. We don't want them to be the only option. And so with that in mind, we're looking at putting a cap on that scaling. You can scale them up to 200% bonus damage, which is still a lot. You're still doing, like triple damage, but we just want to make sure it doesn't get completely out of control with all the new stats and some of the scaling coming in from some of the seasonal powers that could potentially lead those to be, crowding out other options of gameplay. Additionally, we're looking at crowd control. This is something I talked about on our last Campfire chat about how we're really looking at the moment-to-moment combat of our game. Like what are you doing like 1 second to the next? And one thing that came up a lot was sometimes enemies just randomly get crowd controlled. They randomly are frozen or stunned, and a lot of this comes from some of the what we call incidental crowd control, as in lucky hit crowd control effects, or anything that involves not like, oh, I pressed a button, now they're stunned, right? And we noticed like, hey, we got a lot of these effects across the game in many different places. And so we looked at really toning those down, specifically in the generic spaces. I know Fist of Fate is one of a very popular unique item right now for many reasons. One of them was that kind of free crowd control, but that's something that we think wasn't really promoting the best moment-to-moment combat and most engaging flow. So that particular affix has been changed to Lucky Hit Apply Vulnerable, but a lot of the other identity of Fist of Fate is still there as well. So it still has wide ranges on things, it still does random damage and a lot of lucky hit chance as well.
Yeah, and this change really puts the value of Frost Nova and Ground Stomp, and it sort of makes those more valuable and satisfying.
Right, yeah, so if you really want to get those kind of crowd control effects, it's going to be a build choice. You're going to have to consciously do it, and you're going to like know when it's happening. It's not just, oh, they randomly got stunned, and if they didn't get stunned, maybe you got hit, and that never felt good when it was just kind of purely random.
Yeah.
Additionally, this is something that the keen-eyed among you might have spied when we were looking at some other stuff. We've done a bit of a naming pass on some of the damage over time effects. This is no functional change, this is just a naming thing, where we have things like physical damage, and when it's physical damage over time, we call it bleeding. And when it's poison, we call it poisoning, for instance. We didn't previously have names for shadow, lightning, or cold damage over time. We would just call it like from shadow damage over time affected enemies, which was an absolute mouthful. So we've got new common terms. Shadow damage over time will be called corrupting damage. Lightning damage over time is shocking damage. And cold damage over time, which we saw with the Wandering Death chest beam, is called frostbite damage. So that's just a terminology thing. It still relates to those base damage types, same as always. It's just a terminology update.
Cleans up the tooltips.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice. All right, so let's get on to some of the actual class updates, starting, we'll just go alphabetically with the Barbarian. All right, so our focus on Barbarian this season is about primarily about Barbarian's core fantasy of being physical and hitting enemies with a big weapon, right? In the past couple seasons, a lot of the meta builds around Barbarian have focused around things like Earthquakes or Dust Devils, which are really cool and fun, but I think we got some feedback that, hey, I don't really feel like I'm hitting enemies with my big weapon, I'm just making a tornado that hits them, which is not maybe fulfilling the fantasy that you want out of a Barbarian.
Your core skill isn't the cool thing, it's the thing that the core skill spawns.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's, it's cool that those exist, but we want to make sure we're also catering to that, heavy hitter kind of fantasy. And so a lot of the updates this season are focused around that. Specifically updates to Double Swing core skill and the Twin Strikes unique to make that a bit more impactful to actually be hitting. Whirlwind as well. That's getting a buff and a rework with Gore's, its unique Gore's Devastating Grips. And then the new unique and legendary this season really talk to Mighty Throw in particular and make that just like the biggest hitting thing. Let's take a look at those uniques and the unique and legendary here. So we've got the Bane of Aja Den. This is a unique glove item. And it says that every 12 seconds, your next Mighty Throw is going to detonate all of its pulses instantly. Normally Mighty Throw like pulses over time. It's going to do them all at once and deal massively increased damage. And that's going to pair up very well with the new legendary aspect of Delayed Extinction, which causes both Mighty Throw and Steel Grasp to gain multiplicative bonus damage rather than cooldown from cooldown reduction. So if you've got cooldown reduction on your gear or on the Bane of Aja Den, for instance, that's not going to actually reduce the cooldown, it's going to be a multiplicative scalar for these skills. And so that now you've got a new problem to solve, right? You can't cast these skills quite as often, but when you do, they're going to hit super hard. And so we've got a video clip of it just deleting a screen. So you walk up to it,
Essentially, yeah.
and they're all gone. One hit, that's all it takes, because you've got all these multipliers on your one big hit. But of course, because
3 of them
there's a
going out,
cooldown
that's cool.
reduction, that cooldown is going to be pretty much locked at that 12-second mark. And so you're going to have to find some other way to kind of fill the gap in there, and you've got a new challenge for your build to overcome.
I like that.
I'm hoping to see like Belial get decked by this.
I think it is possible that you're gonna melt some bosses with some really big hits.
It's a great finishing move.
Oh yeah. All right, let's take a look at the Druid. So for the Druid, I want to talk a little bit about one of the meta builds right now is revolves around Cataclysm and kind of snapshotting issues that come up with that. And so for those of you who don't know what snapshotting basically means is for Cataclysm, which is one of their ultimate skills that has a duration. So you press the button, it summons a storm around you that lasts for some amount of time. And if you get a lot of that cooldown reduction and you can cast Cataclysm a second time before the first one expires, currently on the live game, the second cast of Cataclysm will keep all of the bonuses and like bonus damage effects or guaranteed overpowers or whatever that was affecting the first one. And that was definitely not intended. That is not how we wanted that to work. We didn't want bonuses from one cast kind of instance to carry over to the next cast. Now this could only happen in situations where you get that lot of cooldown, but it was kind of promoting this gameplay where it's very feast or famine. If you successfully kind of snapshot all the buffs, this build is insanely powerful. And if you mess it up or you don't get the snapshot quite right, you're actually really weak. And that led to unintuitive gameplay and this really big divide between the best and the optimal and like kind of the average normal case scenario. So we're addressing that where we don't really want to promote that between two different cast snapshotting.
Yeah, we don't like snapshotting in general.
Right, yeah, the kind of snapshotting where you are persisting things between different cast instances or equipping gear and then unequipping it to maintain a bonus. Those are snapshotting things that we don't think it promotes healthy gameplay. It's unintuitive in a lot of cases. You need to read a guide and follow an exact checklist to do it. That's not something that we think is good for the game.
Yep,
there are some
it's a good
cases where, with Cataclysm, giving the bonus to that whole that first time you cast it, you might say it's kind of snapshots for the duration of Cataclysm, but that's intended, where it says your next cast does something. That's what we want, but we don't want that to persist on to multiple casts or through basically infinitely. So that's one thing that we're adjusting on Druid. But we're also looking at promoting other playstyles as well. We think that build is fun, but there's other ways to play Druid as well. Specifically with Stone Burst, that's the Earth Core skill. It was kind of a channeled skill, which for a lot of our channeled skills, they are not allowed to overpower. But with Stone Burst particularly, we have reworked one of its legendary items to allow it to overpower when you detonate it at maximum size, which is really cool and opens up some new build possibilities for Stone Burst. And finally, I want to talk about the new unique Gathlin's Birthright. This is let's take a look at it on screen here. It's in a similar vein to Tempest Roar and Vasili's Prayer, where it is a unique helm that is very transformational, but rather than talking to werewolves or werebear builds, it's talking to human form builds. If you don't want to embrace the wilds quite as much, you want to stay in your human form, Gathlin's Birthright is going to be the unique helm for you. It says, while you're in human form, critically striking enemies with your nature magic skills will grant you Anima of the Forest for 10 seconds. And when whenever you gain Anima of the Forest, you are infused with bonus key passives, Perfect Storm and Earth and Might. So if you have this and you have another key passive, you could potentially have up to 3 key passives active at once, which is not something we've ever done before in Diablo 4.
That's nutty. And I love that it's on the helm. So if you really want to be a human druid, which historically, hasn't been as great as like werewolf, for example, this is the helm for you.
Yeah, this is exactly that. It's in a similar spot as like, hey, this is build defining in the way that Tempest Roar is for werewolves. We want this to be the build defining helm for human form druids. Additionally, aspect of Impending Deluge that empowers your Storm Strike, which is probably pretty useful with this human form nature magic build, which will cause your Storm Strike to deal more and also increase damage that they take from your other skills for a time. I think we've got a picture of this, or a video of this in action, where you've got your Druid, it's got your, you need 200 stacks of Anima of the Force, which sounds like a lot, but it triggers on every hit. So in most combat situations, you actually stack it up pretty quick. And see, once you get this online, you're going to be empowered with Earth and Might, and with Perfect Storm, and with Nature's Fury. You have all of this power.
And the idea of three passives going at once is the key passives is crazy. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Boss power slapped on top of that too.
Oh yeah, it is a lot when you get this empowered state. All right, moving on to one of my favorite classes, the Necromancer. So Necromancer was probably the talk of the current season, season 7, with Bloodwave. I know we've mentioned it a few times on stream. Bloodwave, really good. We've talked about how we're going to look at ultimate scaling, so maybe it won't scale up with the bonus damage, at least not to the same level that it had before. We're going to put a cap on that. We also just think we generally overshot the mark on the unique item, the Kasemi's Legacy, which really, like, you get this item and suddenly you're a god. It just had so much power in one spot. And we like a bit more of that progression that Colin was alluding to before about that 0 to hero journey. And when you have one item that is, you equip it and it's over, like you're as powerful as you ever need to be. That really shortcuts that journey and really makes it feel less satisfying than we want. So we're taking a look at reducing the power of that unique in particular, as well as some other adjustments to Bloodwave. We do want Bloodwave builds to still be powerful and still be an option if you like that playstyle. We just don't want it to be the S++ tier that it was in the past. Additionally, we're taking a look at Blood Lance. This is a core skill that has historically been very good in multi-target, kind of clearing out pit runs or dungeon situations. But then you run up into a boss, which, hey, we're fighting a lot of bosses this season.
Yeah, we'll be.
And it suddenly falls really flat because its core mechanic is about like arcing damage between enemies. And if there's only one enemy, what are you doing here, right? So with this update to Bloodlance, it's going to still maintain some of that fantasy where it arcs the damage between enemies, but if you're hitting a target who's already lanced, it's going to do a massive amount more damage. So it's much better in single target situations and much more viable for bossing. And finally, the new legendary and unique for this season talks to minions.
Ooh.
So let's take a look at Sanguivar Blade of Zir, the unique two-handed sword. So this weapon will empower your summons, so your minions and your Army of the Dead, to affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. Now, for those of you who played back in Season 2, Vampiric Curse was a mechanic that we introduced in Season of Blood, where you affect enemies with it, and as you kill them, you kind of collect their soul. And then you can unleash these souls. They kind of run out from you and explode, and it's a really satisfying moment. And we put that on a handful of legendary aspects, but now all of your summons will affect enemies with Vampiric Curse. And you can unleash them with Army of the Dead. And when you do that, the souls from Vampiric Curse and Army of the Dead itself will deal massively increased damage, scaling with how many souls you've collected.
It's huge. I love Minion Necro. It's like my favorite one.
Oh yeah. This is really cool for Army of the Dead and Minion Necro to just really be that impactful moment of summoning an army of skeletons to just eviscerate the enemies. And additionally, aspect of service and sacrifice. I love playing with this one. This one feels so good to play. Your skeleton warriors explode on death, dealing a massive chunk of physical damage to surrounding enemies. And to help make sure they die, they lose 25% life per second while in combat. So you're going to be needing to resummon them quite often, but when you do, hey, it's good because they're going to be detonating for this massive chunk at the end. And additionally, while you're resummoning all your warriors, your mages are going to be super tanky. They're going to take
This is going to mean you're going to have to be really involved in minions.
So you're going to have your mages up pretty much all the time, and you're going to be focusing on resummoning the warriors to run in there and explode and do their damage that way.
That's awesome. It's a really clever way to make it feel like you're constantly summoning and you have your backline of mages just obliterating.
Yeah, it's great. Let's take a look at Sanguivar Blade of Zir in action here. Oh no, sorry, this is actually service and sacrifice. So you've got your skeleton warriors, the skirmishers, they run up there. And then here's Blade of Zir, right? You
That's
get all
cool.
those like skeleton warriors running out when you activate Army of the Dead. Not you just get the normal ones that are running around, but then they all you unleash a stream of them straight from you with the
I love that
with the
animation.
Revar.
That was very fun.
Really impactful ultimate skill there.
Yeah, Army of the Dead is just so underutilized, so I'm so happy to see it come back into the fold.
It's great.
That's what I've been using this season.
All right, next up, we've got the one we've been teasing for a bit. Thank you, Ruben. The Rogue. Let's take a look at the idea with Rogue. So, as you probably guessed, the theme of Rogue this season is looking at trap builds, right, with both Death Trap and Poison Trap, in a way. Historically, Poison Trap has been kind of underrepresented. Death Trap builds have been quite popular, pretty powerful, and a lot of fun to play. Poison Trap kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. It had a number of issues that we're looking to address this season to really promote Poison Trap as a viable standalone build. And what we were seeing from Ruben was the Scoundrel's Leather rework. Now, this is a unique chest item that's been in the game for a while. It was about traps in the past. We've done a rework this season where when you cast a trap, or rather every 10 seconds when you cast the trap, you're going to get a bonus Death Trap. So you could cast Poison Trap or Caltrops, or Death Trap itself, and then you get a second Death Trap. And when you actually cast the Death Trap active button, you're going to kind of jump or teleport to that position, so you can just instantly get into the fray there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so rogues are all about mobility and jumping around the battlefield and doing that kind of thing. This is just another tool in their arsenal to really jump in, put the Death Trap down, which groups up some enemies, and then they're ready for you to slaughter there. But let's take a look at the new items that talk to Poison Trap specifically.
Okay.
The Bands of Icarus Rose, these are unique gloves that says your Poison Trap, which normally has a 9-second duration, it's always going to do its full damage over 3 seconds instead. So it's much shorter duration, but higher DPS. And it's always going to benefit from all of its upgrades. You know, that enhancement and those modifications, you just get all of them. You don't need to put skill points in. And normally the two choices are mutually exclusive. You get both with these. And they're going to be even more powerful. Additionally, Poison Trap will now also benefit from your combo points if you're using those. It's going to have no cooldown during the Inner Sight if you're using Inner Sight. And if you're using Preparation, its cooldown is going to be reduced by the Preparation trigger. So previously, Poison Trap didn't really interact with any of these three mechanics very well, and now it benefits from whichever one you want.
That's so cool. So it really makes it more like a core skill, something I can work into my rotation.
Oh yeah, you're going to be wanting to use this very often with this unique. And then the aspect of contamination, as many builds that focus around poison on Rogue often want to build critical strike damage, because that's really good with the poison imbuement. Poison Trap now also can scale up with some critical strike chance. So with aspect of contamination, it unleashes a poison burst when it detonates, like kind of initial upfront hit. And then if that burst critically strikes, which, if you build in a lot of crit chance, it probably will, or if you hit a lot of enemies, then you're going to deal increased poison damage for a duration, which will of course increase the rest of the duration of the Poison Trap. And this is probably my favorite clip here. Let's get a clip of this one. Right, so you apply Poison Trap, which it's going to throw 2 of them out, and one of its upgrades knocks down enemies, and because it's increased, it knocks them down for quite a while, and so they just take a little nap in your Poison Traps. I don't recommend it, but hey, if they do, they take a ton of poison damage.
I love the knockdown animation of this kind of enemy.
Yeah,
So good.
This guy just falls right
sit
down.
Lay down, I guess.
The face.
Face first.
Yeah.
Face first.
And then succumbs to the poison. It's awesome. All right, moving on, we've got our Sorceress. So the Sorceress class definitely is one of the ones currently on Season 7 that I think didn't have any of these real big outlier builds that we'd kind of talked about. Some of the highest highs come from like the Blood Necro or the Druid with the snapshotting Cataclysm. And I think I would definitely want to acknowledge that Sorceress maybe didn't have some of those real outliers this season, and they maybe felt like they were a bit behind of those. So as we talked about with other classes, we're definitely looking at bringing those outlier builds down a notch to bring them kind of back to the norm of some of the other builds, so they're not so far ahead. But for Sorceress, we're looking at improving some of the quality of life and some of the interactions between some of their mechanics, like crackling energy, meteors and meteorites, and making sure they scale well with the build. Like crackling energy will now have the shock skill tag, so if you're building up damage for shock skills or some of the other synergies there, those now interact with your crackling energy. And additionally, with meteor and meteorites, they're now going to be able to scale with each other's damage, which helps builds just be a bit more cohesive and feel more robustly supported. That being said, I think where Sorceress has been in Season 7 is in terms of like its power progression and the relative strength of its builds amongst each other is more of the closer to the ideal state of where we envision all classes ending up. We recognize that they are kind of a bit lower than other classes in Season 7, but we're looking at bringing them up a little bit with improved quality of life and build options, and making sure that some of the outlier builds that's really skewing that perception are being brought to be to
bring them close together.
Yeah.
And create some more harmony between the classes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we're actively looking at again to the point of early in the season. If things aren't really performing to the level of our expectation and it doesn't feel good, then those are things that we're going to buff. And Sorceress is a great example of like what we're going to be really looking at.
Yeah, and we want to do that in ways that make. We don't just want to slap on a 50x scaler on Sorceress. We want to make sure that the builds feel cohesive and coherent in a way that makes a lot of sense. And so that's what all the bulk of our focus is for Sorc this season. Specifically, I want to talk a little bit about ice shards. That's what the new unique is going to be working with here. Let's take a look at the unique, the Hail of Verglass. This is a unique helm that's going to empower your ice shards to spread out rather than shoot in kind of a straight line, that kind of rapid fire. It's now going to be a spread pattern. You can hit more enemies with it. And you get bonus shards, and you're going to be dealing increased damage for every time an ice shards damages an enemy, and it's going to stack up. So it takes a lot of stacks. You need to be spamming ice shards, you need to be hitting a lot, but once you do, it unleashes a lot of bonus damage. And it also just makes the skill, in my opinion, a lot more usable, right? I like the spread pattern a whole lot. Lets you hit wider screen, and you can kind of like shotgun enemies if you get nice and close to them.
That's cool.
And Shivering Aspect, a new legendary aspect here. Enemies are going to take increased damage based on how much they're chilled or staggering. Now, historically, some of the Frost Sorcs or some of the other builds that were heavy on those crowd control effects, sometimes they really struggled into bosses, which, hey, bosses are the theme of the season.
It's very appropriate.
So we're making sure that some of these new effects that scale based on the crowd control effects also work against bosses. So this will kind of take how much stagger you've built up on the boss and also give you a bonus damage based on that. So we're really being cognizant of, hey, let's make sure this works in the situations you want it to. And it's not night and day, oh, I'm clearing trash mobs, and then I hit the boss, and you just feel so different. We want to make sure that's a bit smoother of an experience between the two ways of playing. All right, let's take a look at the Hail of Verglass with these new ice shards in action. Right, so they fire out pretty quick, they fire out in a nice spread, and you can clear through whole packs of skeletons with a single cast here.
Multi-shot.
Oh yeah,
Multi-shot with ice shards.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, and moving on to our final class here, the Spiritborn. So the Spiritborn was in a pretty good state. I mean, similar to Sorceress, where it didn't have those crazy overpowered builds, but we think it's in a relatively healthy spot, and we're just looking at empowering new build options and making tighter synergies between the builds and giving you some new tools to play with. With that in mind, we took a look at Rushing Claw. It's one of my favorite skills on the Spiritborn, but never really found its way into any of the most popular builds in the past couple seasons since Spiritborn was released. And we've updated the two upgrade choices to be kind of transformative. It's kind of if you pick one upgrade, the current one, Rushing Claws has 4 charges. And so when you use a charge, you kind of quickly dash through an enemy. And so you got 4 charges, you can spam it 4 times real quick. The other upgrade now has been reworked where it gains even more charges. It gains 12 charges. But using it consumes all the charges. So really it has just one, but for every charge that it consumes, it deals massively increased damage, and it hits a wider area. So now gaining cooldown reduction or gaining more charges actually just increases your damage output. And it promotes a very different play style for this. So you get kind of an option. You can choose the original version, which is still very powerful and very cool. Or you can choose the new upgrade and kind of spend all your charges at once, do a big kind of damage cooldown, and then work on building up those charges again to deal even more. Additionally, we've looked at Storm Feathers and specifically how they interact with the new unique item, the Sunbird's Gorget, which I think we've got a picture of right here. So the Sunbird's Gorget is a new unique amulet. This really works to synergize with the Eagle and Jaguar builds. So it says picking up a Storm Feather, which you can create in many different ways, will form a firestorm around you for 8 seconds that deals fire damage.
Okay.
And every additional Storm Feather that you pick up is going to intensify this firestorm. It's going to make it grow in size up to a maximum, and then it's going to increase its damage output. For as many Storm Feathers as you can spawn, this firestorm is going to get more intense. But it only lasts for 8 seconds, so intensifying it or picking up more Storm Feathers, it's not going to extend the duration. So it's kind of locked to that 8-second duration, and then it'll reset. So you really want to collect as many Storm Feathers as possible in 8 seconds, and then it restarts. And also this Firestorm is considered an Eagle, Jaguar, and Storm Feather skill. So you got lots of options for how you want to increase this damage through your other talent choices or your itemization.
That could be
You
fun.
got lots of options for how to work this into a build in either Eagle or Jaguar or both. And following up on the theme with Rushing Claw, we've got the new Rip and Tear aspect, where Rushing Claw is going to deal increased damage and is empowered based on how many charges you had when you cast it. So if you're taking the upgrade that gives you 12 charges, it's probably always going to be with 4+, and so it's going to strike an additional time.
Wow,
But if you're
cool.
choosing the option where you spend each charge as you go, it's going to go through a bit of a cycle here. You're going to get an additional strike, then it's going to get a guaranteed crit, then it's going to get a guaranteed overpower, and when you just have one charge left, it's going to give you a nice chunky heal to help keep you in the fight.
Nice. There's
So-
a ton of versatility in there.
Yeah, lots of different ways to play, and it works great with either way that Rushing Claw now works. All right, let's take a look at the Sunbird's Gorget in action here, right? So you're moving along, you're picking up tons of these feathers, and the firestorm around you just grows in intensity. You got lots of different ways to scale it up, and it provides a nice kind of passive AoE
Cool.
around you as you're picking them up. And you're really going to want to make sure you're kind of thinking about exactly how your character's moving to make sure you're picking up as many of these Storm Feathers as possible to maximize your damage output. All right, that's a lot. We got a lot of new class content coming for every class. We did get through all of them. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing all the new builds that these empower, how they modify old existing builds, and all the interesting combinations that I'm sure all of you will test out on the PTR and find out the most absolutely broken thing.
Yeah, kind of like
and
ball
let me know
lightning,
about
yeah.
it.
Yes, please let us know if you find something absolutely broken, which I'm sure you will. So thank you again, Charles, for walking us through all the different class changes. Again, this is we do plan on having patch notes along with the blog related to everything tied to PTR. So there's other changes that we didn't actually cover off in here. That will be on the Diablo4.com immediately after the stream, so everyone can actually check it out, inspect it, do their theory crafting and everything related to that. Of course, with PTR, we kind of want to know when PTR actually begins. PTR is starting next Tuesday, and this is, of course, PTR on PC Battle.net, so players will be able to jump in starting on the 11th, and it'll run for a week there. I will note that players actually will be able to also pre-download the PTR the day prior, so around Monday afternoon here in California. I translate that using some sort of time tool. That will be when players will be able to pre-download. So it'll be about a day.
That won't be till
one thing to note
expansion
is,
pack,
of
regular.
course, the boost vendor, Marak, will be available, which will be dancing in town for everyone. But one thing we did want to note is that the boosts themselves will be available probably 2 days after the PTR actually begins.
That's fine.
The reason behind this is actually a little bit tied to how Season 7 performed. One thing we allowed players to do is immediately completely boost the second they got into PTR, and we really didn't get that whole entire flow as we were kind of going through.
The headhunt. And
Yeah,
things
that's
like
good.
That.
That's a good
So,
change.
We also just want to hear your feedback on the leveling process, right? This is why we run
you,
the
Kevin.
PTR. We really want to hear your thoughts on how the sort of more uniform leveling feels, how the legendary drop rates feel. So that is really valuable to
Good
us
change.
for launching a really awesome Season 8 Return of Belial.
Yeah, and so after a couple days, Mac will be more than happy to take your Paragon levels to insane numbers. So PTR boosts will be available just a couple days after that. One other thing I do want to note is we will, of course, have our forums available and online for PTR. That is the best place to actually provide feedback. Of course, we do look in other places such as Reddit, Discord, etc. But I will say, like, the forums is kind of, we turn them on specifically, like a PTR section. So please put feedback in there, because we are constantly checking in there for any notes, feedback from players on that end. One other note is within the PTR, you guys may see a term called the reliquary that may just kind of pop up here and there, and we haven't talked about the reliquary, nor will the blog later today actually be talking about the reliquary. I will say that you guys will hear more about the reliquary before the start of Season 8 in itself, but for right now, ignore it. I don't know. Turn a blind eye. I don't know. But it is a rework of our battle pass system that we're doing. We're trying to. We've heard a lot of comments from players related to the battle pass. We're trying to make it a little bit more customizable for people, especially for rewards that they're looking for. So we'll have a detailed breakdown of what the reliquary is before Season 8. So looking forward to kind of sharing that before we actually kick off this season. And I know I have a lot. I'm trying to get through all my stuff. I know, it's like, I'm hungry. The last thing we did want to talk about is, I've gotten asked a million times about this, and I've even seen it in chat, and it's related to a roadmap for Diablo 4. And I will say that we are actively working on a roadmap that we can share with you all, which is great because it gives you and everyone a opportunity to kind of see more of like the future vision of what's coming for Diablo 4. We do plan on actually having this roadmap out before Season 8. So we're really excited to share it. So as soon as we actually do have that available, we of course you'll hear it everywhere. We will be on every single microphone and megaphone out there showcasing what the roadmap is. And you've probably seen roadmap. If you're curious, like what does a roadmap entail? You've probably seen some of our fellow teams here at Blizzard, such as like Diablo Immortal or like World of Warcraft. They've actually posted these more public-facing roadmaps, and that's something that we want to do here, so that you guys have that ability of being able to see what's coming out for Diablo 4 and more exciting news related to it. So I know we have Q&A. We want to jump into Q&A here really quickly. So if you guys do have any questions or anything, of course, we have our chat available on the Twitch link for Diablo. So feel free to jump in and ask any questions. I know we always queue it up with one question specifically. And do we have a question slide here? There we go. How does party play work with Lair bosses? We kind of covered this a little bit, but I don't know if you guys want to go into specifically more details on this.
Yeah, I can jump into that. So when you are fighting the Lair bosses in a party and the horde spawns, when you open the horde, we essentially do a bonus chance for an extra drop based on the amount of party play. So if you're in a party of 4 and you open up that horde, it's going to guarantee an extra unique item. So it scales with the amount of parties or party members you have, and it's always a good time, when you get together with people.
Awesome. I'm like, I'm so unprepared. All right, let me look through the questions here as people are dropping in questions. I have a team of people dropping in questions to it. If you're ever wanting to know how we do this, we just have a Google Doc and we're copying and pasting questions from chat into there. So
Very high tech.
Very high tech, like super high tech.
No PTR on console,
Let's
no.
see, this is from Skulm TV. Any plans to place a blacksmith or vendor near the boss rooms to help people quickly salvage / clear inventory without having to go into town?
I think this is something that we can definitely take away and consider, especially with the revamp flow. That's definitely something that's interesting. One thing that the revamp flow does, I will touch on, is the amount of chain bossing really requires you to have a lot more materials. If anything, sort of some philosophy here is that we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels mandatory to play some of these bosses in a party just because chain bossing is so lucrative. And we do expect some amount of the chain bossing to come down a little bit because a lot more of the resources are being consumed when opening those chests. So it's not a direct answer to your question. I think it's an interesting idea, but I do think the amount of chain bossing and required trips and flow breaks to go back to town from some of this bossing is going to come down a little bit, especially if you've been playing a ton of partying.
Awesome. Question from Fan27, Q&A, or sorry, he wrote Diablo Q&A, and I just read that out loud. Any chance we won't have to redo strongholds and waypoints on every character every single season?
I can answer that one too. Yeah, this is something I definitely experience. It's always a big pain in the ass where it's like, oh, there's some cool bounty or apparition incursion, but I have to go get the waypoint. It's something the team has been talking about. There's no concrete plans today, which I know is disappointing, but it's something we know is a problem and something we 100% want to tackle in the near future.
Awesome. Jokums says, and this is actually a question that we were talking about that might actually come up, but would you consider adding the frog from Witch Powers in Season 7 as a permanent companion skill for druids? And at the moment I can say we're not for that specifically, but it is a thing that I think we didn't really clarify in regards to what from Season 7 is kind of for sure staying over. I will say the Witch Powers are most definitely something that aren't carrying over completely over to the future seasons. But one thing in regards to at least the Tree of Whispers is that we have a bunch of new NPCs there. We redid the layout there. Yep. That is made that as a hub that doesn't feel like I'm just going for the tree and I have to immediately leave. Right. It's made it as a all-encompassing place that you can most definitely tap into from that end.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I can speak a bit to the seasonal powers. As we said, a lot of those witchcraft powers are specific to Season 7. That is true. They are not necessarily coming back in Season 8. But we do hear that feedback, right? I think they got a really positive reception. Yep. A lot of the poison frog, one of my favorites, the fire bats, and all kinds of the other things that are very visually flashy and just a lot of fun to play with. We hear that, and that definitely helps us to inform making future content. In the past, we've done that where we've taken some favorite seasonal mechanics, put them on items to return. I can't speak to any particular plans, but just know that we do hear this feedback, and it'll definitely help us to help craft content in the future.
We got a lot of questions related to PTR because I know, as I mentioned, this is a PC BattleNet PTR, and there's a few people like Kim from Canada, and I can't read this because the text color is so just jarring. But we've gotten a lot of questions related to PTR being on PC BattleNet and asking hey, is there any plans on bringing it to console, maybe Steam? I will say the reason why PC BattleNet works best for us is that BattleNet is a platform that is housed here at Blizzard, and is the processes of getting builds up there, making any type of change, especially for PTR where we're in a smaller window and we may need to change something really quickly. It gives us more flexibility and allows us to be able to change those things really, really smoothly. I know with other platforms and everything, there's more processes involved for good reason, because they have more checks and balances and everything. So it makes it a little bit more difficult on our end to do some of those fast iterations that we may need with PTR. So in the foreseeable future right now, we see PC BattleNet as being kind of the home for PTRs when we do end up testing anything. Question from, my computer's telling me to update. It's been telling me for weeks. Don't hate me, IT. Chris Mate says, will the Lair bosses have resilience/damage reduction that the world bosses have to ensure that they just don't get one shot too fast with some classes or builds trivialize? I can't talk today.
Trivializing. Yeah.
I can't even talk.
I think this is a great question. It's something we actually talk about on the team a bunch. And from our perspective, adding something like resilience would sort of devalue that power progression. We feel like it sort of disservices that sort of 0 to hero. Once Belial was really hard, but now I've gotten so strong I can just crush him. That said, we do think that the level of one-shotting bosses that has been happening is a little bit too much. There isn't enough of a journey to get to a point where I can just stomp on Varshan or I can stomp on the Penitent Knight. So what we have done is, like Derek mentioned earlier in the stream, we've massively buffed a lot of these bosses. Like, so much so that we're kind of like, try it on the PTR and see. But a lot of these bosses should present more of a journey to getting to a place where you can really stomp on them throughout the torment tiers. Even Uber Lilith herself has been, or I don't remember what we actually call her.
Echo of Lilith.
Uber Lilith.
Echo of
We just keep calling her Uber Lilith
Uber Lilith,
internally. Now
it's
it's just stuck. Yeah.
Has seen quite a buff.
Yes!
And that should mean that
Love it.
journey to getting to a place where you're really farming some of these bosses is a lot more fulfilling, but it's longer also. You're not just like walking into Torment 1 and one-shotting Varshan.
Yeah, and that kind of ties into what I talked about with some of the outlier builds that were just like Bloodwave Necro, prime example of being something where you get one item and then suddenly you can one-shot everything. It's really not. It doesn't promote the best gameplay. Like it's just like it's fun for a little bit to go in and one-shot everything, but that's something we think it's much more engaging to have a little bit of back and forth, and you're not just going in and stomping them, but you do feel powerful. Feel some power progression, and as you get more powerful and more gear and more Paragon levels, you do get more powerful and it becomes easier to overcome these challenges, and then you start feeling that real powerful stuff as you really complete your build.
Yeah, and I'll also say, like, I think part of how we originally set up the boss ladder, it really did encourage the one-shotting behavior, right? Like, if you have to pay materials to fight this boss, why would you ever fight the boss when it's actually a challenge, right? You would only fight it when it's really difficult. But the changes that we've made have really sort of, you know, in a fun way, I'm hoping this plays out, that you can sort of maybe get a cheeky
Diablo.
run in on Varshan. And maybe he's really hard, but you get a really powerful, unique, because you don't have to risk anything anymore when to actually summon him.
That's a big name.
Yeah, I think it also
That's
kind
a
of
big name
to
in
just
here.
the approach of injecting challenge across the lair bosses, like we discussed. You know, we could just do straight stat boosts, and that would definitely resolve it. But within Season 8, the team took the extra opportunity to also just inject new mechanics and updated mechanics to the lair bosses across the board to introduce that hiked challenge, but in an interesting way that's just
himself.
more fun, I guess, really,
Absolutely.
for us to enjoy.
We have a question related to, I'm going to speed through a few last questions here. Lilith, will Lilith ever make a entry into maybe the boss layer system or anything? This is from Ganon North.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've been thinking about, and like what's the right place and what's the right time for something like that. She's in an interesting
Arnis,
spot
you're
now
ever
where she's
pulling.
kind of like the pinnacle of the season's journey a lot of
Thank
times.
you.
And that's
Thank
something
you
we
so
can
much,
definitely think
Diablo.
about,
That is
especially with this
amazing.
revamped flow
Thank
of
you.
being able to summon the bosses. So
Thank
we
you.
definitely take that into consideration. That'd be a lot of fun.
Quick question related to the Spiritborn. This is from the Schwab. Does the new Russian Claw aspect power give you all the previous bonuses at 4+ charges, or just the extra cast?
It's
you.
just the extra.
That's amazing.
So so if you're casting it at 4 or more charges, it only hits an extra time. It does not get guaranteed crit or overpower or heal you. It's you kind of either progress through one benefit at a time, or you just get the 4+ if you're using the new upgrade.
I'm going to do 2 quick last
Yep.
questions.
Thanking the devil.
The one that everyone's asking. I see it in chat. Don't worry. In regards to, I lost it. There it is. From Mid Central Vowel. At what point will you start maybe potentially removing uniques that have proven to be not that useful? Or do you guys feel like uniques are feeling bloated in the current setup?
I think I actually feel like
I'm sweating.
we don't necessarily have enough uniques in terms of speaking to every skill. Like, I think that's something that you see with the poison trap and you see with ice shards. That is sort of why we have the boss ladder, to give you more deterministic, or maybe not deterministic, but targeted ways to find some of the uniques you're looking for. This lets us have a lot of different uniques, but things that you actually have to target. The other thing I'll just say too is, like, part of the game is random items and figuring out how to assemble a build out of the random items. So, like, we don't want to get to a place where I just sort of log into Diablo and I get all the uniques I want, and then I'm sort of done with the game, and it's just sort of this linear deterministic track through
It's
getting
up
the
there.
pieces that you want. But that said, like we're always sort of listening to the feedback, and if it does start to feel like where I'm just constantly sifting through things I don't care about, those are things that we can absolutely take a look at.
Yeah, and I think on the design side, when we're looking at unique designs, I think there are still some spots
Thank you so
in the game,
much.
like with Poison Trap this season, where
Thank you.
there were some skills or some
That's
play
amazing.
styles that had, had some threads there, but it wasn't really a complete and cohesive build, and still require a bit more support. So we're still going to be looking for those opportunities to support builds or play styles that we think are interesting and fun with new uniques
We
every
appreciate you
season.
too.
But additionally,
Love
we're
the
also
game.
taking a look at kind of the
Absolutely love it.
catalog of uniques we have in the game. So a good example on Rogue, again, is the Scoundrel's Leather this season. That was an item that was sometimes played, but not often for its actual unique effect. For some of its affixes, actually, it was pretty powerful. But its unique effect was pretty lackluster, and so we've done just a whole rework on it. We said, hey, what's the identity of this? Well, it's talking to Death Trap builds in a way, but in a way that wasn't super compelling.
You see
and so
this?
we said, well, let's kind of scrap
You're
that
nervous.
existing effect, and how can we better support that? Let's take another try at this. So that's one way that we're going to look to find those underused uniques that really maybe don't find a home. We're going to constantly be reevaluating them and seeing how we can kind of plus them up and make them achieve the potential and fulfill that build niche that they were intended to do in the first place.
All right, I'm going to end it with the last question because if everyone's asking this related to aspirational content. Are there more plans for that? Things like whether it's potential leaderboards to more like endgame type of features and stuff.
The official Diablo channel is in my stream right now.
To some of that.
Yeah, I'll say the team absolutely, this is top of mind and something that we absolutely want to improve in terms of adding more milestones for you to reach, more satisfying and more rewarding milestones and celebrating those milestones. So the team is actively sort of looking at what are ways that we can level up some of the aspirational feel of the game. I'll also say just in Season 8, again, a lot of the torment tiers and bosses have really been leveled up. And I'll say, again, the pit has been pretty massively buffed.
Yeah,
so
Riddler.
there are some tuning changes we've made just to make the game, the pieces that we have today, a little bit more aspirational and challenging and satisfying to overcome. We really think Season 7 was a fun candy rush, and it was a sugar rush, sort of like the smoothies everyone's binge drinking behind the scenes.
Not everyone.
Not everyone, yeah. Only the important
There's a
people
note now
behind the
that
screen.
says that it got delivered midstream. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, Marcus redeemed.
Yeah, but Season 7 was really fast, and we do think when the game reaches that state of where just nothing really, you have to work for it, and it's just really fast, and it's over in a weekend, totally, there's not enough things to work towards. So we are sort of taking an approach, again, with some of the balance changes to make some of the game feel a little bit more aspirational, and it's a focus for our team going forward.
Yeah, I will say we've had conversations about this. I feel like almost weekly. Colin and I talk about it a whole lot. I know there's a lot of discussions happening and a lot of people thinking about that specifically from that end. So, huge shout out and thanks to you guys for jumping in, and to Ruben, of course, for jumping into the build and running through everything. Again, PTR is going to be starting next Tuesday. You can early download on PC Battle.net starting Monday afternoon California time.
Kind of.
And we will have a blog and patch notes and everything available for people to check out immediately after this stream. Really looking to everyone jumping in, testing out the new boss layer system, of course, the new powers that are associated with it.
I'm excited to hop on.
Changes and all the quality of life stuff that we talked about in terms of like the leveling journey as you're going up within this new season. So really looking forward to everyone jumping in. Please make sure to take advantage of giving us your feedback on the forums or Reddit or Discord, other places. We're going to be most definitely checking it out starting all next week. So thank you guys again. We have March of the Goblins, which is currently going on in Diablo 4, and we have a D2R ladder reset tonight. So if you're a big D2R person, feel free to jump in. It's always a fun time.
They are watching. Yes.
We will see you guys in the PTR next week, and really appreciate it. Thanks all.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow, that is awesome. I am super excited for Season 8 because that was honestly some really, really great information. That's a lot to take in. I'm excited for the PTR next week. Oh, man. My heart is racing. Wow. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. Well, welcome in everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow, that is a lot of people coming over. I thought I muted that. I guess I did not. Wow, welcome everybody. Thank you so much.
Hello, my friend.
I gotta find
Stay
a way
while
to.
and listen.
I know how to do that.
Hello, my friend.
Okay. Wow. Thank you everybody for the follows. Thank you everybody. Wow, that is a lot of people. Wow. Hello. Welcome everybody. Wow. Thank you so much everybody for being here. For everybody that is just joining us from the live stream, I'm Cliptus. I have been playing Diablo 4 for since it launched. I have had an incredible journey with this game. Wow. Jeez, look at everybody here. Sweating here. Oh, man, thank you everybody for being here. I hope everybody enjoyed that live stream because that was amazing. Some of the information that just came out was absolutely crazy. I'm going to recap all of it. I make a lot of content for people that are just getting into the game. I really enjoy helping people. And I know that a lot of people in the game do not have access to the Vessel of Hatred. So today, just in light of Season 8 and the PTR, I was actually planning on doing a giveaway for the Vessel of Hatred. So I'm going to do that in just a couple minutes. But I wanted to just talk to everybody about, hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Kind of about my journey with Diablo 4 and kind of where I am right now. But thank you everybody for the follow. There's a lot of people to mention, so I'm just going to have a blanket statement for everybody here. So like I said, my name is Cliptus. I have been, and thank you for the follow, Diablo. It's amazing. It's awesome to see. Thank you for the Prime sub. I got started with this game when it came out, but I've been playing Diablo games since Diablo 1, and I've been streaming for about a little over 2 years now. When I first started streaming, I was actually not playing this game, not playing Diablo 4. Thank you for the bits. I was playing a game called Population 1, but that led me to this. When I started playing this game here, that was my very first time ever streaming a flat screen game. And yes, I will remember to breathe. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all of the support. When I first started this game, it was just to play, have fun. I streamed a little bit. We had a great clan. We had a lot of people who would log on every day and hang out. And then I started making some YouTube content. We started learning. I started getting some builds out there. And what, when it really started for me in Season 4, I had made a bunch of content in Season 3, but in Season 4, I hit the ground running. I had about, for anybody that was in my channel then, I had 3.4 average viewers. I only, thank you, Merlando. I had about 1,200 subscribers on YouTube and I had less than 400 followers. The Diablo 4 community just absolutely blew me away. I put out a couple build guides that people absolutely loved, and I'm now sitting here with almost 6,000 followers. I'm going on 20,000 people on YouTube subscribed, and it has been amazing, like an amazing journey. And now I'm getting rated by Diablo itself. Like, this is absolutely crazy. So for everybody out there, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for all of the support. Wetfoot, thank you so much for the support. I wanted to talk about a little bit about the game, and then my thoughts on it. We'll go over some of the patch notes and stuff. I mostly play some barbarian content, so this is really kind of what I do. And I know my approach, I think, to this game is a little bit different than a lot of people. Hey, thank you. Hey, Kay. I absolutely have had a blast on this game since I started playing. I have had no disappointing seasons. I've had no time where I'm just like, ah. And the reason that I absolutely love playing Diablo 4, it's a ton of fun for me. I like building builds, and I like the content, and I like getting on and smashing demons, but the most fun that I have in this game is with everybody here. I've tried a couple other games, and I've tried to branch out a little bit, but it was never the same feeling going to those games as it is logging in every night And I log in every night and I put up a queue. People join the queue and people come and they run with me every single night. Thank you for the bits. And they just come and run with me. And that part has just made this game like absolutely amazing. And the Diablo 4 community as a whole is super supportive, very engaging. We have an awesome community here. So all of you here have made this game absolutely amazing for me. So thank you very much. I do appreciate this. Been following you on YouTube for a while. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for following the content. Thank you for watching. I am working very hard towards becoming a full-time content creator. I am not there yet, but I am very, very close because of everybody here and all of the support that I've gotten from all of you. So I cannot thank you enough. It is absolutely amazing. For everybody that has followed the channel today, I thank you for the follow. I definitely didn't get to name everybody by name because there's been a lot. Thank you, Genuine, for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. I kind of wanted to go over some. Hey, thank you so much for the follows. We just finished the Campfire chat, so I kind of wanted to just like recap on some of my thoughts. I took a bunch of notes. Let me pull up some of the notes here. Man, my hands are shaking. Whew. This means the world to me. So thank you, everybody here. So I went through, I took a whole bunch of notes. I'm going to have this posted on the YouTube channel later today. But Season 8 is going to be the season of bosses, and holy cow, am I excited for it. Everybody has been asking for new bosses and a revamp for bosses. This change, all of these changes are, honestly, I mean, I didn't really see much for the changes to the base game that are coming. And for anybody that didn't get to tune in right away, we're getting some base game content that's going to be there after the game persists. So it's really, really awesome. Belial is going to be amazing. So these bosses, if I wrote this down correctly, are going to be staying the same. The content is going to be a little bit harder, which is going to be pretty cool. So they're now with the new bosses. And I know that we ran into this issue actually in the start of the season, not this season, last season. When we started the season, a bunch of us went in. Thank you, Ride. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. A bunch of us went into the bosses at the very beginning of the season with some characters that were like, we just started leveling, and we went to Duriel, couldn't kill him. We brought in other people that were a little farther along, couldn't kill him. So wasted mats. But we just kept trying over and over and over and over again instead of going out and just trying to build, like, level up, because we couldn't really kill the boss, but we put the mats in, so we didn't really want to waste it. So this is a really great change. You'll be able to summon the bosses and test it out first before you get the loot. I love that the keys are shared. When they said that it was going to be by people, like you have to open up the chests, I was a little nervous until they said keys are shared. So now you can bring people in, you can share with your friends. It is awesome. It is awesome. So that's going to be really, really good. I was actually just talking last night about this to people, is that the leveling process for me, I really like a slower leveling process. Speeding through things, it doesn't really feel all super rewarding. And then that jump from level 1 to level 60 is so fast. So I think that the new change to the 1 to 25 tier is going to be really awesome. Thank you for the notes. I actually don't have links enabled. I will grab that note, and I'll post the notes here. If one of the mods could maybe grab the notes and post the notes in the chat for me. So we have a hype train here. I normally give away points for a hype train. There's a lot of people in the channel, so I'm going to give away some points to everybody here. Let's do that right there, so everybody has some points, so you guys can hang out. Thank you so much for all of the support, everybody. So thank you also for the follows. What a crazy, crazy day. We'll hop into some gameplay in a little while too also. So we got new bosses that are coming in, which is going to be super exciting. I am very excited to get like a boss. So Belial is going to be very, very fun. We just got a poll put up. What's the poll answers? What are you looking forward to the most in Season 8? And everybody said the powers. All right, well, let's talk about the powers, because those powers is a really cool idea. When they put that beam on, that was amazing. I'm super excited. I have a huge smile across my face when those beams hit. So yeah, use your points, everybody. They're out there. There's a streamer, just like all the things the devs say. Actually, I just like all of the things that I like. And really, about what this game is, I really like everything that this game is. So everybody has a different approach on how they do gaming and what they enjoy for gaming. So if there's something that you like about a game, that's probably the game you want to play. If there's something you don't like about the game, we live in a really great time where there are a million games out there available to everybody. So you can play all of the games that you really, really enjoy, which is much different from when I started gaming. You bought a game, you got the game, and you were stuck with it, and then you had to wait. So it's really, really cool. So there is literally nothing. There's one thing about Diablo 4 that I would like to see changed. One thing. Anybody guess what that one thing is? Oh, I never mind the haters. I don't mind whatsoever. People have their opinions. People like to do different games. That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Yeah. No, it's fine. One thing about a game, about Diablo 4 that I would like to see changed. That's it. I just have one. Just one. Primitive might have heard this before. No dead ends in the pits. Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yep, that's it. No dead ends in the pits. That is the only thing that I would like to see changed. But that is it. I know, I can't wait to see what the future holds either, honestly. And like that's always been my take on this whole Diablo thing, is that like if you don't enjoy the game, there's so many out there for you. For people that enjoy the game, let them enjoy it, because there's a lot to enjoy about it. Even if you get on and you play for a week and you enjoy that first week, then you're like, I'm bored, and you go play something else, you still got a week of enjoyment out of a game. Some people hop on to a single player game, they beat that game in a day, and then that's it. Then they never play the game again. But this gives you a time to keep on coming back and coming back and coming back every season, even if you only play for a week. Cow level, yep, cow level in Whimsydale, okay. I would love to see endgame mapping type system repeatable for a long time. Yeah, I'm sure that there's some stuff coming. Just with the way that the boss ladder is changing and the way that they're thinking about it, I think that we're going to see some pretty big changes and some pretty good changes too. Gaming companies really want to play. But we realize we want gameplay overall. Yeah, yep. If they add a new druid skin, druid skin with where you can use it while it's shapeshifted would be fun. It would be cool if I could tap into D3 from time to time. Well, I do. So for a lot of the stuff that's coming back from the old games, my thoughts on bringing stuff back is that, and everybody's been on the Paladin train, right? Paladin should have been here. Paladin should have been the first class. I disagree. I like that there are instances and times where Diablo 4 is referencing the previous games, because it helps tie the whole genre together. But I really like that they're doing Diablo 4 things in Diablo 4. So maybe the next classes we bring back something that is from another game, but I do like that we went Spiritborn first and we got something brand new that's Diablo 4. So that's just kind of my thoughts on how it goes. Hey, thank you for the follow. Amazing. Actually, I think where am I at for followers? Because I normally give away a lot of points for followers too, and I jumped up quite a bit. So let me add some more. Of course, Bohemian. And I think, yeah, Brewer, I agree. And I think that they're working towards that quite a bit. I think that a lot of this mapping stuff with the bosses is going to help increase the longevity. Slowing things down, like they said, is going to help. Increasing the torment difficulties will definitely help keep people around a little bit more. So I think it's all good changes. I think it's going in that direction again. Live update games, they have cycles, so we're gonna see where this next cycle takes us. We got this crazy season of, as they said on stream, loot pinata, and there's stuff everywhere, which is it has been a lot of fun. I absolutely have had a blast this season. The witch powers are amazing. They did a really great job with the witch powers. So, what did you want to see from the world bosses? Because the world bosses now, they're gaining, you're now going to get your new powers from doing the witch bosses, or the world bosses, which is only going to be a one-time thing, but it's still, you get to go fight the world boss and collect a power from them, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's been a really great season, honestly. Want them to update. Hey, Jay. Yeah, so it's been awesome. I just have a really, really fun time playing, and I like playing with everybody that is here. So you guys want to, I normally actually don't stream at this time. I'm in Hawaii, and it is currently 11 a.m. for me. So normally I stream at night. But yeah. We just used to get... I'm excited for Season 8 too. I am very excited for it. A lot of the changes were really, really nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, the dual two-handed weapons, that was a lot of fun. So let's see. So that was all for the base game. The new seasonal powers, as you guys saw, there's 24 of them. I'll have a video up from the patch notes, and we'll get to take a look at those, and we'll see a little bit more of what it looks like. And then we'll cover like the rest of the patch notes and stuff there. But yeah, 12 hour. Yeah, it is. I'm behind everybody. So if you guys in the future you get the lottery numbers, even though you can't buy lottery tickets in Hawaii, let me know what they are, so I can win them, and then I'll split it with everybody here. When did you start playing? There's another poll that just got started. When did you start playing Diablo? All right, let me start this giveaway for the Diablo 4 expansion pack. This is going to be completely free to everybody. And if you already have the Diablo 4 expansion pack, but you know somebody that would benefit from this, that could play with you, you can absolutely enter into the drawings for it. So I'm going to get this started for everybody. Okay, there you go. All right, so in order to get in on the giveaway, !GTG on Twitch. That will get you guys in on the giveaway for the Diablo 4 expansion pack. So if you guys don't have it yet, and you want to get yourself in on a copy of it, !GTG. If you want to win it for somebody else, you guys can absolutely do that. And then we'll do a nice little drawing at the very end of it. But yeah, I want to get this game out to everybody. Good luck, everybody. Thank you so much for the follow. I really like this skin. It's a lot of fun. Heavy weapons and dual wield weapons. Yeah, that might be fun. This is for the Vessel of Hatred, yes. Yep, Vessel of Hatred. Got 3 of my friends to buy the base game. They all got the DLC. Very nice. Yeah, Vessel of Hatred, if you guys want to get in on it. Yeah, so there's only for the expansion pack. Just want them to bring back the cube from D3, so we can have 3 additional aspects to make more interesting builds. Okay. Yeah. And then, like I said, if you know somebody that has it, then and you want to give it to them, you can. I was currently working on putting together an upheaval build, but I wanted to put a little spin on it. I was thinking about doing basically like a minion build with upheaval. And I wanted to run the area it's bearing and ground stomp to reduce the cooldowns of the ultimate skill. So basically one ground stomp is going to, because it's only 10 seconds, that's going to reduce it by 5 seconds. And then Jens is going to cast ground stomp, so that'll always be off cooldown. So I was kind of excited to see it. Hey, how's it going? Swag, thank you for the follow also. I'll play Necromancer Army of the Dead build. You know what was kind of funny when they brought up the Necromancer Army of the Dead build? I actually am playing an Army of the Dead build in this season, like currently. So, hey, Skulker, thank you so much for the follow. Thunder, how's it going? All right. Congratulations, Morton. Did they say anything about the runes? What about the runes? The runes are saying runes are part of the base game. Those aren't going anywhere. Back to grinding. My final tune of the season. Best way to farm temper manuals is definitely going to be whisper caches. You pretty much get one, like several out of every cache. I haven't uploaded anything yet. I'm not the best yet at doing things live and then updating things live. I'm still learning how to do all of that stuff. Well, we're learning on that. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I haven't even got to go through the patch notes yet, so I'll get to do that. All right, later. See you later. But I'll get to go through the patch notes in a little while. I'll read through them, and then I'll put a recap up of everything, and I'll get everything out for everybody. So it'll be on the YouTube channel. I mean, a complete revamp of a lot of things was just kind of like what I was expecting, which we got a whole big revamp, which is a really good revamp of the bossing system, which was a thing for a lot of people. So. Yeah, it does mean a lot for me, so thank you for everybody for being here. Wait, what was the... what was that clip? Oh, did you just accidentally clip it? Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, exclamation point GTG if you guys want to get in on the expansion pack giveaway. We're going to be giving it away for, even if you have already bought the expansion pack and you have somebody that you want to give the expansion pack to, you guys can. But yeah, I have all of my builds posted on my website. It's just cliptus.com. You can just go to Diablo 4 videos, and then I have it all there broken down by everything, so you guys can go check it out if you want to, or just check out the YouTube page. Either one. So here, let me put that back on. So I'm still figuring out how I want to do this, but I kind of want to make a whirlwind upheaval build. And I wanted to use all of the ancients with grow and ground stomp to keep up like 100% uptime. So I'm gonna be putting this build together. I haven't actually done an upheaval build before. But let me This is what my desk scene currently looks like. Whoopsies, that's the wrong one. So here's Bagel, like outside of his house, because he got warm. And then Hugo's laying right underneath me. One leg in the bed. And then Waffle is laying face down. Or face... One leg out of the bed. Yep, 3 of them. So, Hugo here. And then there's Bagel. Just hanging out underneath my chair. Yeah, 3 Frenchies. There's a dog pile under the desk. Yep. Yep. Just Bagel. The other 2 dogs are actually very quiet, but Bagel is not very quiet. He's a loud guy. We actually had nose surgery on him. Thank you, Happy. Yeah, it's been a long, crazy journey. Long, crazy one. Okay, we were almost done with the Paragon board. Okay, when did you start playing Diablo? Wow, that's a pretty big mix. 32% for Diablo 1, 20% for Diablo 2, 24 for Diablo 3, and 24 for Diablo 4. Nice. Not for his cleft palate. They just widened his nostrils a little bit. His breathing wasn't bad enough that they needed surgery for his... But it would have helped. It was also kind of risky to do. So, but yeah. Man, what a day, huh? What a day. Diablo himself made an appearance in the stream. Pretty crazy, huh? Okay, so I can run Executioner, and we put Whirlwind with pole arms? No, because I'm running Grandfather. I can't do that. So we run Might? I know, you can't have that. Rip, congratulations on your hype train win with your train. Weapon Master. So then I guess we're gonna go with Might. I think Might's the play. I have 2 French Bulldogs, Ronnie and Reggie. Nice, good names. So is everybody dog people or cat people? Or no pet people? What do we got? Dog people, cat people, no pet people. I'm allergic to cats too. You're a Cliptus person? I like that. I like that. Ferrets, cool. Both. No pets, okay. Add to put down my best friend last time. Oh, I'm sorry, Morton. Ugh. Dogs, cats, no pets. Okay. Dogs, cats. Dogs, cats don't have to worry about letting them out. Yeah, yep, that's true. Easy. Oh, that's your dog, Charlie. I saw Charlie on your stream, I think. Cat people and birds. Cats and birds together. Interesting, okay. Cats and dogs. 75-pound golden doodle. That's big. All right. Yeah. Can one of the mods put up a poll for this? I want to see what the percentages are too. Oh man, Wet, I'm so sorry. That is terrible. Okay, let's put some points in here. I don't even know if this is the boards I want to do it in yet. He's dragged me. I can imagine. It's almost as big as you are. That's very funny. Oh my god. So what do you do when he gets running? Okay, here, hold on. Let me do this here real quick, because we had a lot of followers today. And we had a lot of gifted subs. So normally I give away points for it, but there was so much going on that I completely lost track of everything. So we're going to do this right here. We're just going to give away a lot of points to everybody here that is still here. All right, and it is time for the giveaways. Everybody ready? All right, here is, let's pull up the screen here. We're going to show the giveaway for the one lucky winner. Sorry, it's very bright. It's even on dark mode, but this thing doesn't go to dark mode. So here we go. Let's choose a winner right now. There it is. Hey, thank you for the subs. Let me give out some more points for that. The winner is Technocolor Star. Technocolor Star. Let me add some points. Thank you so much for the subs, Frank. Add points all. Those points are for the subs, so thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you got a gift. You got a gifted sub. Thank you. That's awesome, Zero. Let's see. All right, Techno, can you do me a favor? Can you message me on Discord? And then I'll get all of the information for you. Exclamation point Discord will bring up the Discord for you. Yep, Sub Nation. And you can join me there. I think that's I think we're okay to link Discord now. I think we should be good. So if you guys do want to join Discord, we have a really great community there. Lots of really, really friendly people. Very new person friendly. If you've never played in a group before, really, really great place to start. There's been people in voice chat pretty much every day, just hanging out, killing monsters together. So, you guys are more than welcome to join us. Except for Op. Yeah, they are very, very friendly. And everybody that joins has nothing but great things to say. I promise you guys. They're very friendly, very helpful. Hey, Pick. Exclamation point Discord will bring it up for you. A couple people just linked it, but you can use the command as much as you want. Okay, so what do we got here? Damage reduction. Damage well fortified. I guess we'll go through here. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but Hugo does this thing where he decides randomly that he is mad at the pillow on the bed, and he just goes back there and starts barking at it. Sometimes he'll go for like 30, 40 minutes. He'll just bark at it. Sometimes I let him go. Sometimes I think that he doesn't, but I think they need to fix. Yeah, so I've heard mixed things, Rob. I've heard people that play on console that have had no issues, and I've heard people that play on console that have a bunch of issues. So I'm not sure what it is. Hey, Frank, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me just check the follower goal, because I also give out points for followers, so that's some more points there. So if you guys are out there and you want some more points, every multiple of 5 followers, we give out some more points for people, so. Thank you so much. Gotta make money. Feel that. Me too. Me too. I don't have a Mighty Throw build yet. No, not yet. So but I'll get there. Mighty Throw is looking pretty good for the next season. That new ability is pretty cool. It was interesting because there was no pulse. It was just the hammers, which is actually kind of a nice animation because it feels like you're just throwing these gigantic hammers onto the ground and it hits. So I'm kind of excited about that. Okay, so far. Okay, so I think this is going to be my, well, let's see, hold on. Glyphs. That puts me at 40 strength, okay. So I know. Well, we still got that. Well, oh, you mean next season or this season? We got till April 29th until the next season starts. That's a big loss. That is a big loss. All right. So this one here, willpower. Overpower damage, yeah. So we need to go out through here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so speaking of Lilith, some really great information. I love the Lilith fight. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't love the Lilith fight, but I love the Lilith fight. Was so bummed when she got nerfed. Looks like she's getting buffed again. So I'm very excited about this. And they're considering putting her in the ladder, which is pretty cool too. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know what that noise was. Oh, you killed her on tier 4. Nice. Congratulations. So, Paragon board. That's the best way to do this. Willpower. Willpower. Willpower, yes. Okay, so that's the best board for that. This one is strength. 110. Okay, that's good. How I suck at Discord. How do I message you directly? Oh, hold on. I'll tag you in Discord real quick. Hang on. I'll find you. Thoughts on the Campfire? I'm very excited, honestly. I am incredibly excited about it. Let me see here. Let me grab... Okay, hold on. Let's see. Clan join. What was your name in Discord? Techno. Oh, there you go. Okay, you posted already. Okay, got you. Got you. All right, I just sent you a message so that we can get you that. Yeah, Jolly. I'm not too sure what it is, because some people are saying they're lagging and on console, and some people are not. So Lilith is the only boss that tells my roommate I'm playing Diablo without telling him I'm playing Diablo. Somebody else just had an analogy like that too. This is a Bar Paragon board. Yes, it is. I'm working on... Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I can give away some more points for that follow. Let me do that. Give that away. I'm also working on getting all of my social accounts up and running. I'm trying to get a full-time... I'm trying to be full-time doing this, so anybody that is more than willing to click that Linktree link and follow definitely helps, but... Thank you. I will have a nice stream. It's been a great stream. Crazy stream, but... Are you going to update the Poison Centipede? Thank you for the follow, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Techno. Thank you, Acadio. Thank you for the Prime sub. So the leveling build for the Poison Centipede, I just made it as a leveling build. I hadn't played it in this season yet, so I didn't know what the end game was going to be. So once I get onto it, I'll be updating this Spiritborn endgame Paragon. Or maybe I'll just go and look one up and see. But I normally build my own Paragon boards, but I didn't know what it was going to feel like this season, so I didn't put it together. Coming from the Diablo raid as well. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that full-time goal. It's a tough one. It is a tough one, but it's something that I have been working very hard to get to. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That is amazing. I appreciate it. All of the subs today. It's been awesome. Okay. So yeah, we're working on a barbarian. I don't know how this is going to play out. I'm just kind of throwing it together, and so we'll see kind of how it goes. But yes, it is. But the Diablo 4 community has been really amazing in getting me very, very close to that goal. So it doesn't seem so far away. So I'm going to keep on going, keep on pushing. Oh wait, I forgot that I don't have glyphs. I don't even have any glyphs to put in. I had to make a new barbarian because I already maxed out my other one on armory. Hey, how's it going, Django? Okay, so now we're going to go into weapon mastery is what I wanted next. Number 6 amongst Diablo 4 streamers on Twitch right now. Very nice. That's awesome. So, okay, so I'm still new to this whole thing. Do people, like, so right after, do people normally go through and go over the patch notes right away, or what? Normally that stuff I'm much better at doing by myself, but I'm still learning how to do all this stuff, so it's motivating watching others chase their dreams and seeing them succeed. Yeah, it's been awesome. Hey, Life, how's it going? Just finished my goblin stuff. Very nice. Typically they do. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really mind. Oh, welcome to Discord. Go through the patch notes. Okay. Gotcha. Because I'm still new to learning that stuff. So normally I like in my office by myself, go through everything, figure out like what I want to look at. But did you guys want to go through the patch notes? Because I would be happy to pull them up and we can take a look. Any of you in here, a necromancer minion main, struggling hard, being two-handed sword. So the summoning damage Tor that's added onto the sites is very, very, very small. So it won't really make too much of a difference. Hoping to get a goblin follower, but it's a banner. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe we'll get a goblin one day. New poll. Got it. Okay. Okay. Let me see now. You missed the whole thing. That's okay. All right, yeah, let me pull up the patch notes real quick. Hold on, 1 second. Oh, you had to work. Yeah. I have the Lich King set, so I really like it. Okay, here. So, how old am I going to be today? When was I born? Thanks, Violet. Missed the part of the stream where they talked about fixing goblin group kill issues. That's already been applied. There was a hotfix that went out. The new theme is bosses. And yeah, the new theme for the next season is going to be bosses. It is actually going to be pretty crazy. I'm very excited about it. They're making some really, really great fundamental changes to the game. Didn't see it. Happy. Yeah, no problem. I'm going to we got the patch notes here, so we can kind of go through it a little bit, and see what's coming, because this is all of it right here. So, so we got new bosses and new boss powers, which is really, really cool to see. The boss powers seem very, very fun. Yeah. It depends on what I'm doing, Cryptic. I go back and forth between different platforms, or depending on the build that I'm running. Okay, so we're going to be fighting Belial, which is this right here, an old boss coming back. Thank you for adding that. So this is going to be the new main boss. Now, the way that the boss ladder is going to work with this here and with Belial is actually going to be above Duriel and Andariel. Right now, Duriel and Andariel are top tier bosses. They have the highest drop rate of loot. They're supposed to be the hardest, which is why Andariel has mechanics to it. I don't think that I would just sell it if you can. So Belial is now going to be harder than those two bosses. They're supposed to be increasing the way that it works. They're going to be increasing the bosses a lot. So it's going to be pretty crazy to see. They said to a point where they're not sure if they overtuned how difficult the bosses are going to be, which we're going to test on the PTR, which starts on Tuesday. So they're going to be adding boss powers in. The boss powers can be acquired, it looks like, at any difficulty. You just have to go kill the bosses. So once the bosses are unlocked, so like world bosses, you can do very early on, so you can get those powers then. I believe Belial will be available on the PTR. I don't think they said one way or another. But you go and kill a boss, and then you obtain their powers. So which is really, really cool. And each one is going to have a main ability, and it looks very similar to the way that it looks in game with the current witch powers here. So it'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 main ability. Each boss power will have a main ability and then a secondary ability. 1, 2, 3. So it changes based on what slot you put it in, which is pretty cool. Hey, Meppy. So you get different, each boss is going to have different ones, so they kind of go over here. So there's a whole breakdown of every single boss ones. There's 24 of them. Yeah, so the boss has actually been changed as well, the way that the bosses work. So we'll get to how the bosses work also. So all of this stuff, all of these powers here can be acquired in any tier. So this is the Wandering Death. This is Ashava's. These are all of the world bosses. So you can get this here. You can obtain this from the apparitions. So this is basically going to be the seasonal theme, is going to be apparitions. And you can go into wherever these are up. There's going to be an event up. They're going to be up all the time. you can get your very first hours from doing the apparition. So you go right to the zone, whatever it looks like. I'm not too sure right now. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I think they said 8. So 8 different ones, 7, 8, and then 9. No, more, 10. So you got 10 different abilities that you can get from doing the apparitions. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. How's it for the follow also? One more follower. I'll give away some points to everybody. So you get, those are available 10 witch powers right away, can unlock at any point in the game. That's then when you get to your torment tiers. So torment 1 or higher. So any torment tier at all. And now torment tier doesn't unlock when you hit level 60. You actually have to clear pit 10 in order to unlock torment 1. So that's different. So main. So then these are the different ones here. So Belial. So this is the Lair. This is from the ambushes. So when you're killing bosses, you have a chance to spawn one of the Belial ambushes. You get this ability here from one of the ambushes. So you keep on killing bosses. When the ambush happens, you can actually collect that boss power. Lilith. It looks like this one right here. This was cool because this wave has killed me so many times. It didn't look, and I wonder if you get, because this one looks like it has frost in it, so I wonder if it takes on the form of whatever ability you cast in. This right here is Belial's Decay. So I guess a fear and a poison is what it looks like, which is pretty cool. Then this one here is from Duriel. This one is amazing. This is what I actually was talking about. In Season 2, when they had the witch powers, they transformed you. This is something basically that's transformative. It takes your evade and now puts you under the ground. They did some damage well under the ground. So I love when they add in powers that change your physical form or your physical abilities and they make them into something new. So we have this right here. So then you can get one Belial's Eye Beam. So that can be obtained from the Exalted Lair, which the Exalted Lair is going to be the actual Belial fight, which you're going to need to get keys for and to obtain access to it. You get something from Endariel, from Beast in the Ice, from Gregoire, Lord Zir, Barshan, and then Orivars. This is the new boss. So they're going to have a new one. This is going to be on the... thanks for the follow. On the same level as Endariel, not Endariel, sorry. Barshan, Gregoire, all of those bosses are going to be the same level as Orivar is going to be. And then the Harbinger of Hatred is going to be basically the same thing. Now this one here, this one is going to require the Vessel of Hatred. So both of these new bosses will require the Vessel of Hatred. So we're going to need to do that. It seems like bossing system is getting... Yeah, not only that, but they're completely reworking how you do bossing, which is really, really fun. Is that the last one for points? Wait, what do you mean, Cryptic? So this is what the new apparition zone is going to look like. This is the event right here, not final. But they're going to... no, that was a different platform. Different platform. You'll see the little number on the screen that'll go up. This is the encounter. This is the random one that you're going to fight for Belial. It'll randomly spawn. This is the ambush that will give you those powers. And will also drop stuff that you're going to need to open up the chest piece, or not chest piece, the chest, when you finish the Belial fight. So these are going to give you access to it. So you're going to need to kill them. So don't just run past them. Do the events. A lot of bossing will probably spawn these. I don't know how rare they're going to be, but we're going to find it. So as you go through and you do these, you're going to fight 2 random bosses, and then you're going to actually fight Belial's Shade after that. So 3 bosses during the entire encounter. You just kind of run back through and it'll do all of them. So next, the boss lair rework. So how they're going to be reworking this. The boss lairs are going to no longer require boss materials, which is amazing. They're going to require a lair key, but that lair key is only for the loot. You can actually come and fight these bosses at any time. they're going to make it so that when the boss dies, a chest drops. You use your Lair key to open up the chest. Those keys are shareable, so you can share them with all of your friends. But if you want to do a boss rotation in the current system right now, someone can join the party and then not put any boss mats in, and then you're out a person. You'd all just put mats in. The one person doesn't put in, they took all the loot. So this was a really, really creative solution to that problem. You can summon the bosses as many times as you want. It is completely free to summon and kill the bosses. But in order to open the chest and get the loot, you have to use a key. Keys are tradable, so you can trade them also. So, yeah, so these are just for dungeon keys, and they made it completely even across the board. You're not going to have one boss requires 4 keys, the other one requires 8 keys, and the other one is 2 keys. It is just one straight across. So that's a really, really great change they're doing. They're adding Stygian stones back into the game. Those can be converted into greater Lair boss keys of your choice, whichever one you're going to be doing. You can get those back in. That is a really, really good update as well. So locating the Lair bosses, they actually have changed a whole bunch. I don't know if they're going to show the map. Oh yeah, here it is. This one right here. So they updated the way that the tooltips look, which is amazing. It shows you how many of each material you have. Great change. So you can go in knowing how much. I wonder if they're going to pull. It might be in your inventory. It would be nice if they pulled from the chest, but I'm not sure if they're going to do that yet. Who's there? So Endariel has a nice red mark on it, so you don't have to like kind of guess where they are on the map. And then what dropped there, and then you can teleport straight there. So you can fast travel, and you can search for a party finder, or you can list a party. Hey, good morning. So that's a really, really nice change that they're going to be adding onto the tooltip. Then we're getting some new aspects and uniques for classes. Barbarian right here is going to be, oh wait, just real quick for this. This is all the seasonal stuff right here. This is seasonal, this is seasonal. Bosses and the bosses changed are going to be in the game completely. That's base game. The rest of it is going to be seasonal content. So we're getting a new item for barbarians. They added, at least there was only in the live stream was 1 unique per class. I think the dogs are warm because I don't have the AC on. They're killing me right now. So Mighty Throw is going to be what the focus is on. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the meta, but they're focusing on Mighty Throw. They're going to be updating things like Whirlwind and Double Swing as well. Druids, they're going to be adding in a new aspect here. This is actually going to be from human form. So they're making it so that you can add in just human form. So for all of the builds out there, like one of mine this season, the companion build is mostly in human form. And then you get a new aspect here. Aspect of Impending Delve. This one is actually pretty cool when they showed it. It basically gives you all key passives up at one time. Necromancer is getting a new weapon that is a two-handed sword. Somebody was just in chat saying that the scythe gives the summon damage, so scythe would make a lot of sense to have. But with this one, now you can put on your Wrath of the Lich King cosmetics, which I have. So, and then this is going to be the unique power. They're bringing back the Vampiric Curse from Season 2. It's just a whole bunch of souls that go flying out whenever you cast Army of the Dead. It's a pretty cool animation to see. And they're adding in a brand new aspect for your skeletal warriors to explode. Minion builds normally are pretty passive. The minion build I have actually is very active this season, but for this one here, your minions are going to die as they're alive. And then when they die, they explode for doing a lot of damage. So you're going to constantly have to resummon them. So this is a very, very active build if that's something you're looking for out of a build, because a lot of people don't like to play passive builds. Rogues are going to be focusing on traps this season. Brand new, they're going to be having a chance for poison trap to cast twice. They showed the animation of it in the live stream. It's pretty funny. It makes the monsters fall down and they fall face first. So that's going to be the new thing. They're going to be focusing on traps. The unique power right here is going to be added in. They're also going to be adding in a brand new aspect So when your traps burst, it does poison damage, and then bursts that critically strike increase poison damage as well. So that's going to be pretty fun to see. I love running poison, so I'm going to probably hop onto this and try that. Dorks are going to be focusing around ice shards this season. But they did want to make some buffs to Meteor and to Fireball builds. So that's going to be added in as well. They have new unique powers that are going to make your ice shards spread out and then do more damage the more that you hit with them. And then a brand new aspect for them also. Spiritborn got some pretty fun updates. So they're going to be updating, what was the name of it? Rushing Claw. So they're going to be updating Rushing Claw with a brand new unique. Get Potent Furnace and Acceleration. You go pick up Storm Feathers. They showed it on the stream, so there's a little video of it. You run past these Storm Feathers, and then basically creates like a Ball Lightning or something like the Necromancer Bone Spear, or with what's that? What's the thing called? Lidless Wall, where they kind of like spin around you in a circle. So you get that. And depending on how many charges you get additional things. So if you have 1 charge, you get max life. You get guaranteed overpower with 2 charges. 3 charges, you get guaranteed critical strike. Then 4+, you strike an additional time. So, the account. This is for anybody that is going to be playing the PTR. This is kind of some important information here. So they're going to have account copy available to take your account data and characters. You can copy them to the PTR. So that'll be available on the character select screen, which will give you the option to initiate the account copy. So you can copy everything, and it doesn't say that it's going to copy it for you, so you might be able to just get all of your current builds onto the PTR. Sometimes the way that it used to be, it would copy from weeks ago, and then people put all these brand new builds together, and they couldn't test them out. So I think that might be fixed. The boost will not be available for the first 2 days. So you cannot just boost your characters. You can't just gain everything. The reason they're doing that, they're making some changes to the very beginning of the leveling stages. They want people to be able to test that out and not just skip past everything. I'm definitely going to be testing out some leveling stuff because this was the first season I got to do leveling guides for everybody, and it was a lot of fun to do. So I'm going to have leveling guides up for everybody. So this will be a great time for me to test this out. So here's what will be added to the boosts when we can boost it. Belial's Return unique item has been added in. I don't know if they covered that, but fun. Paragon boosts, we can go from 200 to 300. Unique item cache, we can do that. We'll always drop Ancestral Quality. So that's good. Yes, you can stream the PTR live. Yeah, I'll be streaming it. So Legendary Cache will now drop Ancestral Quality. So once a player reaches level 60, so we're going to be able to test out the gear that we want. Seasonal menu now includes the abilities to learn all of the boss powers, so we can gain that. You're going to gain Horde keys for Initiate, Greater, and Exalted Lair bosses, and gain access to Belial, so you can actually go fight Belial. So there it is. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. 3 months in a row. So we can fight Belial. We'll be able to test out and see what it is. We are getting a lot of new fun mix in. Wait, what do you mean spawn? There's also an option to boost that offers all of the above and the following features. So max level, completed map, complete the class mechanic, unlock all torment tiers, fully upgrade your potions. Gross. Hey Nathan, how's it going? Max all aspects in the Codex of Power, generate legendary items of various classes and build, all uniques, all tempering manuals. So it's a whole, you basically unlock everything here. So you can provide feedback here. Here's a how to install. But that's basically the notes and what is going to be happening. There is a whole lot that's going on with it. Some of the new powers are super fun. So yeah, of course we stay positive. Always. But yeah, those are them. You guys can look through this. We'll have this posted in Discord as well, so that if you guys are there, you guys can do that. This was a recap of the PTR, the public test realm. The live campfire chat just happened, so we just went over everything from the patch notes. But the patch notes will be in Discord. We'll post those there, so if anybody wants to check them out and go through and read it, you guys can check it out there. Season 8, new fun and new mechanics. I'm super excited about it. It's going to be really, really good. Okay, so let me grab this into Discord here, and we'll post this in the news and updates channel for anybody that wants to check it out. There's the article there. Okay. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. One more follower on Twitch will give away some points. Okay. And turned on the AC too, because it's a little warm in here. So I'll have a recap posted for everybody today. So we'll get that up and posted soon. And then... Well, hey, thank you, Ghost Dude. There we go. Let me add some points here. There you go, for all of the follows today. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Thanks for coming over from the Diablo raid. I was asking for an Ice Shards build literally just last night. Yep, I remember. I was not hoping it would be in the Helm slot. Oh, why? Making rice with onions and peppers. I want some. Discord now. Got to see... Okay, alright. See you later. Going into Weapon Master next. See if this works. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to try it. I also have to get some glyphs, which I did have my some chests, some whisper caches, because whisper caches actually give glyphs quite often, so I'm going to be doing that. I run 2 PCs to stream. So I have a gaming PC and I have my streaming PC. I was running 2, or I was running 1 PC for a little while, so it's definitely doable, but having 2 is... The only problem with having 2 was the sound. Setting up the sound was absolutely brutally hard. Hey, Adam. What if they add in ways a game to turn unique of one piece of gear into another? I think that would complicate things so much, Dragon. I think Season 8 is going to be insane. I'm very, very excited about it. Dominate and Decimator, okay. I mean, to be fair, though, every single time that a new season is announced, I'm super excited about it, so... Gotcha, okay. Makes sense. It wasn't until just a couple seasons ago that you were actually hitting crit cap. There was a lot of the seasons we weren't actually hitting crit cap, so I think that we're gonna have to figure that out. Nice, Berto. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be quite a lot coming out, so... Cliff still, so we're not going to be doing that. Oh wait, I never actually went into my code here. So let's do this here. Empty board completely. Takes up the best in slot. It does, yeah. Well, they did acknowledge the power of the Sorks. I am not full-time streaming now. No, not yet. Not yet. I would love to be, but not yet. We're getting closer, but I'm not there yet. So we'll just go with this here. Preseason is cool, but... Belial, I have a feeling the very first couple times we go to Belial, we're gonna die. I just get that feeling. Which is super fun. Your journey, and you a good dude. I like your content. Thank you so much for watching the content. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being here again. Man, I'm not, I started sweating so bad when Diablo popped up into the channel. My heart was like racing. What are we going for last? Bone Breaker. I think Bone Breaker has more life than... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. The new bosses were where you get the... Yeah, it's only going to be a one-time thing where you have to get the boss, or where you get the powers from, but it's cool. I know, Diablo girl. Yeah, I actually, Cryptic, I actually normally play with no sound on. Oh wait, I gotta turn back on the follower sound, though. I wanted to set that back up. Oh, not that one. Alert box. Hey, wait, is there... That's it. Hey, hold on. Is this here?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Okay. Wait, did I rotate that? Oh yeah, I rotated it. I guess it doesn't really matter, but activated it. Okay, we're gonna go straight down and straight over. 1, 2, 2, 3. Straight across. Here we go. Around that. What are you yelling about, Waffle? Oh, shoot. I need to redo this. I need to go the other way. Gotta redo it. Just... It's time to go to work. But I think that was DAT mods. I'm pretty sure that was DAT mods. When Rob came in, it was towards the end of the season. And I think he came in with like 800 people. DAT mods was 1,200 people. It was pretty crazy. I mean, I had been following Rob's build since I started looking at build guides with the game, so that was really fun to have. Either way, it was really, really crazy. It threw me off too, especially since like no warning, didn't even know he knew who I was. So yeah, I think so. Yep. Very, very crazy. Alright, so now we gotta go get all the health. This is... Max life is important for this build. It was trial by fire, yeah. Okay, did we got it all? We got it all? Okay. I didn't get this. So, now, here, grab some of these. I didn't even save these for leveling. I just saved them because I didn't feel like opening them at the time. But it worked out. Are you going to try Spiritborn build somewhere? Holding the evade build ATM to get to 110 at least. Yeah, I'm definitely going to hop on to Spiritborn. I'm pretty excited about it. It was really fun theory crafting it. So that'll be next. Oh, no, actually, wait. Next, I think, was going to be... I think the Rogue was going to be next. Can't remember which one I was going to do next. But yeah, I'm going to get to all of them this season. I'm pretty much going to... At first, I'm going to just pick one build. I'm going to run that build. And then eventually I'll branch out into other builds. Yeah, okay. Rogue. Yeah, I think Rogue was next. I got to redo my Sork build and go back to Fire. So, Rogue next. Let's see. It's really nice that my internet is not lagging today.
Need something, Ford? Came apart nicely.
Okay. See what glyphs we get out of this one here. What's nice that the glyphs are dropping everywhere. I remember, what is it, Season 5? Everybody was having trouble getting glyphs. Now, glyphs are everywhere. So what glyphs did I end up finding here?
The forge is hot.
So we got... We got one, I think. I wanted Crusher. Did I put Crusher in here? I hope I did. I hope I did. Oh yeah, Crusher here. Okay. Is that where I want Wrath? I want 59, 49, 54, 51. Ooh, okay. Maybe here then. What is this? This is going to increase magic node, so overpower. Yeah, we're just going to leave that there then. That's fine. So Crusher. I don't even know if this is going to work. I have no idea. Gelatinous burst into 3 times. Yeah, they did fix it. I don't even have my mercenaries. I'll have to go get them too. Let's try this out. Wait, I gotta put witch powers on too. I want to run grow. Full harvest. Spares. Ooh. Wait. I need that. Maybe we drop aura specialization. Huh. No, because that... Okay. Do I have any way to make... I don't think I have any way to make things vulnerable. So we'll just go with this here. Let's try this. Oh, wait. Super important. Here we go. It's not worth. Well, I guess I need glyphs to make it work. Yeah, I can kill Lilith for you. Is that what you need? You just need Lilith to die? Oops. Okay, where? Ball lightning has changed quite a bit because of the way that the snapshotting works with Okun's Catalyst. So it's much different. That was from last season though, flavor, so it's a little bit different. All right, sounds good. Did you need me to kill Lilith or no? It's funner and betterer. What's funner and betterer?
I'm not fond of people.
Wait. Yeah, I didn't want a snapshot, which is why I'm bummed. And Okun's Catalyst automatically snapshots no matter what. So that was kind of a bummer. I didn't. All right, you want to hop into the party with me? If you want to hop in the party, we can kill Lilith. Does anybody else need a Lilith kill? I'm gonna do it on a companion druid. They go to the Eternal Realm. You can't bring anything from the from one season to the next season, but you can play with them on the Eternal Realm if you want to. Yeah, if you want to just swap to tier 4, and then you can just join the party. Nope. Nothing. You can bring Renown. Renown transfers from one season to the next, but that's it. So each season is a brand new, fresh start, which is honestly kind of fun. It is my favorite time of the season. Everybody gets to learn all these new builds and try out all this new stuff. It's a lot of fun. Exclamation point BNet or exclamation point BTag will bring it up for you. Yeah, it's fun with new powers, with new builds. There's a lot of new stuff that is involved with it. So yeah, so if you just want to add me to friends and then join the party, you can just teleport to me. Is new to Diablo 4, Diablo Girl. All right, then you can just request to join the party and then teleport here. A whole lot of dogs. Whole wolf bro pack. Okay, gotcha. You know what I didn't test is if casting multiple ravens at one time, if you can have more than one swarm up. Because then it wouldn't make any sense to cast more than once every 5 seconds. I didn't even look to see if that's the thing. Oh, no bacon. So Flavor, just go to here, click on my name, and then click on request to join party. Well, I have unlimited uptime on the casts. I just never got to see if it creates more swarms. Or if it just like continuously refreshes the swarm wherever you cast it. I have 100% uptime on all of these. Like there's no cooldown time on it. But if the swarm refreshes itself, then there's no point in casting it more than once every 5 seconds. So I never really actually tested that. Thank you for the follow.
Hello, my friend.
Welcome in. Thank
Stay
you for
a
being
while
here. I
and
appreciate
listen.
it. Flavor, you there? Can you want to request to join the party? Flavor, did you want to join the party? I think so, Veets. I'm not sure. They said they're going to make some buffs to Double Swing and to Whirlwind, but I think Mighty Throw is going to be coming back. It's one of the aspects. It is this right here. Your wolf companions are infused with the power of Storm, dealing lightning damage and gaining Storm Howl. Are you Magic Pants, Flavor? All right, so then teleport to me. Yeah, it's really cool. And then you combine that with... Wait, where'd you go? So you combine that with this one right here. And they become werewolves. So now they have electricity and werewolves. See how big they are? It's so much fun. Oh yeah, you can, look. You can have multiple Raven packs up. So it's good to know. They do stack. Oh, they stunned her. Oh, that's very funny. The wolves that come from the rune, stun. They do freeze, they stun, they make vulnerable, they cast, I think, there's a lot that they do. And they stunned her again. Attack power doesn't really make a difference of how much your character does flavor. Attack power doesn't matter. It's just how you build the characters. Attack power is actually not a very good stat to look at.
I appreciate that.
All right. Wait, did I look at the wrong thing? I didn't see that. Did I look at the wrong one? At the bottom. Gotcha. Okay. Felt like I missed something. You only get a spark for the very first time that you kill her. So if you've ever done her before on any other characters, you don't get another spark. It's only one per account per season. Okay, got it. Here we go. All right. So Rune, Zan is getting overflow 1%. Now your next attack will cause your hits to guarantee. Okay. So changing around Zan because of this season. Axe Rune. Okay. So Vex offerings are reduced. That's good because this was not great. A great change here. So this is good. That should help. Gain max resources. That's nice. For leveling. That'll be good. Yeah, I see that. 400% down. It's still going to be strong, but definitely not as strong. Lucky hit chance. Offerings gained. Okay, more offerings from Ahu. Snapshotting of resilience passive. Okay. Research generation. So you have a lucky hit chance against injured enemies right now. So if you proc a lucky hit, so if the enemy is injured, which is below 35% life, and you proc a lucky hit, then you get 25 offerings. If you look right here, like your Ravens or Poison Creeper has a 46% chance to lucky hit. Ravens have a 74% chance to lucky hit, and Wolves have an 82% chance to lucky hit. So when you do lucky hit, then you have that, then you gain those offerings. But it has to be below 35% life. Yeah, they get rid of the snapshotting as much as they can. So right now, they actually changed it. So they hit a non-healthy enemy. So that means that they changed it from 35% to 80%. So anything below 80% life, you now gain that lucky hit chance against them. Oh. Yeah, Companion Druid is very fun. Barbarian, Druid, we went over this stuff here. Went over that. Balances, Fist of Fate was changed. Azarath was changed. That's cool how they're changing that. No other bosses drop a spark. So you can either farm a bunch of bosses and hope for some mythics to drop, and then you can salvage them for more sparks. You can complete your seasonal journey, or you can complete the Goblin event. Yeah, these are the patch notes. They're out. Previous lucky hit chance to freeze. Now you deal increased fire damage to chilled enemies and increased cold damage to burning enemies. Kind of a fun combination. It's actually way better. That's way more damage. Yeah, so then you just farm bosses after that if you've already gotten all the sparks. You just farm the bosses. Concussive strikes. Now, your dazed effects last 40% longer. Dazing an enemy has a chance to increase your movement speed. Huh. Concussive strikes is no longer an offensive, defensive aspect. Dominate glyph, the legendary bonus. Oh, that's a brutal change right there. Okay. So that is this one right here. Wait, dominate? Dominate glyph. I guess actually, wait, why are they nerfing that? Where is dominate? Is it in there? Yeah. Legendary dominate glyph. Legendary bonus. Oh, the legendary bonus. Okay, it max at 20 and it goes down. Wow, okay. Interesting. Which is fine. I would like to see some damage reduction numbers go, or some damage numbers go down. All right, Mighty Throw. Enhanced Mighty Throw is thrown when your weapon is thrown out. You get 25% increased attack speed. Now, Mighty Throw grants 25% increased attack speed for 6 seconds. Okay. Fine. It was never defensive, but it's in the defensive, well, utility aspect slot. Okay, that's not a very big increase, though. Mighty throw. I'll read the rest of this now. Fighter's mighty throw. Swapping weapons near any of your weapons thrown creates an additional pulse. Extra pulse generates 5% maximum life. Barrier. Swapping weapons near, so they just increase the life. Barrier. Whirlwind's base damage is determined by the attack speed of your weapon. The values are based on attack speed of 1. Okay? So the more base damage is determined by the attack speed of your weapons. Okay? Using Whirlwind for 2 seconds. Whirlwind increase. Channeling Whirlwind for 2 seconds. The damage of your next weapon mastery skill increased by 35%. If immediately used. Weird. That's interesting. I know that Mighty Throw is on a very long cooldown, so I think that they're making this interaction to channel Whirlwind, and then you cast Mighty Throw. Because Mighty Throw gets this big boost when you're using the new aspect. So I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay. Oh, I'll be right back. 1 second. You need to go. Wait, can link what? What are you talking about? You're looking for the patch notes? Yeah, they're also posted in Discord. Ground Stomp. Oh, Ground Stomp is already very strong. It's getting a buff. Okay. Oh, there. Oh, here. Okay. The damage from this upgrade trivialized the leveling process. Okay, this was incredibly strong. During leveling. Ground Stomp was so strong. That makes sense. Oh, that's because it's a... Okay. Yeah. I just linked it. It's in chat. Ah, that's cool. Nice. That's good, because this was not a very used skill, so that's nice. That's good. That's better. Okay. Oh wow, look at that. Increases damage from all sources when you use whirlwind. Or when you do damage with the Dust Devils, you increase damage from all sources by 25%. Wow, look at this. They completely removed the damage with earthquakes from Volcathos. Completely gone. So Volcathos right here is so your earthquake damage is increased by up to 60%. They completely removed it. So now it's just going to create an earthquake. While you're standing in the earthquakes, you're going to have damage reduction at no increase. Third Blade. Okay, what is 100? Oh. Huh. So that means, so the 100% cooldown. So that means if it cools down, if it has a 10-second cooldown, it'll be a 5-second cooldown now? That completely ruins the Deathblow build. Gone. Completely gone. I think a lot of the builds, and that's what all builds ends up doing. When you move from one season to another one, they all change. So okay, everybody, I have to go eat some lunch. I am dying, very, very hungry here. The dogs need to go outside. So I'm gonna go raid. But I will be on tonight, my normal time. I'm going to get all of these notes posted into some videos, and I'll make a bunch of content today, and I'll post them out. So I will be back my normal time tonight. You're going to go to sleep. Okay, that sounds good. The patch notes are posted in Discord if you guys wanted to check them out. And then I'll have more in-depth patch notes about them too. So, hey, thank you, Trauma, for the follow. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Thank you for the amazing raid. All right, thank you. Thank you. I will see you guys later tonight.